is ran by black folks. They're all in charge. Like we have, like this what makes where I live at so wonderful, and this is why I'll never leave. Now I've traveled the world. I got Stanford. Actually went to a great prestigious school, Baylor School in Chattanooga, Tennessee. But when I come back home and see how this school is ran, this system is ran, we have a nuclear plant in our county and a college. There's no reason why we should be seen poor over here. We have a nuclear plant in one county in Mississippi. If that nuclear plant goes, the whole SEC is gone. But what I'm saying is, yes, the Republican state, but your Democrats down here where I'm at, they run the school system, stole the money. We got taken over by the state, our elementary school. That's why my mom worked so hard to send me away from here. Yes, I'm back at home after college or whatever, but in my earlier years, my grade school years, no, I didn't go to school in this area. But when I come back and I be like, damn, y'all don't know shit. It's not their fault because now they're not teaching them cursive. Shit, they're not teaching you how to even respect the teachers anymore. You can go to school with your phones now. They get out for homecoming, for spring, not even spring break, what they call it, a fall break, another break. They don't, the school system in Mississippi is so corrupted with black folks, and not just black folks, because it ain't just the white team, they all in it together, however you want to look at it. Now, when you go to North Jackson, Mississippi, where Madison is, oh man, the football teams, the education is great. That's why a lot of people I know.
You guys don't vote. Lowest voting record in any state, in any of the states, okay? Y'all don't vote, but you got a lot of smoke.
Well, that's when see, that's another good point. If we're too poor to vote or don't know, the problem is, it is the uneducated system. It's the ignorance. And it's not dumbfounded to understand, like, damn, it's not everybody in the South, because you got some country boys, they very articulate. They got money. Man, I told one dude on the app, I know a guy that got a bow and arrow and a yes sir, a bow and arrow and a four-wheeler that's worth more than his Lamborghini got. So yes, we are prejudged on things, but it is a lot of smart people. It's just the system, as you said about the education. It's not there. To answer your question, Van, yes, it's a republic state, but they allow the inner city people to run their own people, and it's just not happening. I land.
Okay, cool. So outside of the blue areas where the Republicans run the schools, those students do as well as the students in New Jersey and Massachusetts. It's just the Democrat areas of Mississippi that's behind. I just want to make sure.
You know what? I look at Mississippi as a whole. Like when I went to school in Tennessee, all I had to do was take.
Looking at it as
no. Listen.
I'm asking.
I know. I'm finna answer it. What I'm saying is the whole curriculum. The school system in Tennessee, you do 2 histories and 3 Englishes. In Mississippi, you got to do 4 histories and I had to take Mississippi Studies back in the senior year.
Pause for a second.
We're too
Pause
far behind.
Pause for a second. That's not what he's asking. You just said you're looking at Mississippi for the whole. But in your little submission, you were talking about, oh, but the Democrats in our area, they're messing it up. Like, the people under have more control than the full state.
Well, we did get taken over by the state, but then they shit.
So the question is, does the state as a whole do better than the smaller component of your area that you were talking about?
That's subjective because you go to our Saint schools, our St. Andrews and Madison Centrals, they're great school systems up there. It's just in my rural area.
Next caller.
We're talking about.
Damn, you rude.
All right, cool. All right. So Speaker Gregory, you said that I was saying something. I don't know if it was about Malcolm X or the curriculum. You said something I said was wrong. So could you just correct me? Because I don't like to spread false information. Do you know what I said that was wrong?
Well,
can you remind me, brother?
yes, sir. How you feel, first of all?
I'm fine. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Well, you know what? I think you were wrong about the people here in Chicago knowing about Brother Fred Hampton. But you're right. They should know. And, although his wife and Junior you'd be surprised that it's really not perpetuated or taught in the schools. You'll see Dr. King or Malcolm and even Barack up there now, but you won't really hear too many instructors or people really talking about the real work that Fred and all of them did. As far as I experienced with him when I was getting the free breakfast from those brothers. But I mean, you're right in terms of they should, but it's really not promoted, that history, and in terms of their mission and all the great things that they were able to accomplish. You really don't hear it.
And also you hear about
but I will say
the
this.
Saint and Martin Luther King having multiple wives. I just added some. You be quiet. You voted with Tim Walz.
Well, brother, let me just say this to you. As a brother, I think you would be. It would be wise. I mean, when you look out in the world right now, both plantations are corporately run, and so you can slice it and dice it.
Oh God, Stephen A. Smith.
But at the end of the day, the same results you're gonna get, pretty much.
That's a damn lie.
That's you start doing something for self, you never gonna get out of this condition ever.
Okay, so
yeah, and you're right.
So if Kamala Harris was the president right now, we would.
He didn't want her to be the president.
They're just
at all.
Hell, Lord, damn right. Divine Nine wants to run our country.
All over again right today. They would all vote for Donald Trump again, knowing that they going to war, knowing all of the bullshit that they going to do.
Tampa Tim putting Tampa in boy arrest.
Them dumb niggas, that's why.
And you educatedly dumb too.
So one question I have for black men, I mean, with all due respect, children are in school for a while. They have math, science, history, English, specials, and all this stuff. Governments, all kinds of stuff. Why is it that when we have these conversations, people absolve themselves of the responsibility of continuing their black children's educations at home? So you're saying that they don't teach Fred Hampton the way they should. Okay, that's fair. So why don't the brothers teach? And I don't mean people our age and older, but why aren't people teaching their children these things? To complement what's being taught in school, to serve as a correct. Somebody's off mute. That's always off mute.
That's great question. I'm listening. Great question.
Why don't they do it as a corrective? And what happens when you get these conservatives in office, they're taking away even the basic history that you said they teach too much. Let me give you an example. In Florida, they got rid of a Roberto Clemente biography, the baseball player. They couldn't tell the Rosa Parks story. The Trump administration is wanted to change the placards in the Medgar Evers house. They wanted to take the Tuskegee Airmen out the Defense Department. They wanted to get rid of the mention of slavery in there. I understand Democrats are terrible. At least they don't do that.
Well, you know what? I agree.
That's what I'm doing. So that's the last one for me. I can't keep doing it.
I understand the history of it, and you're correct. They should, and our men like me, I'm 48. We supposed to go into neighborhoods and pick up where the education system don't let up, where it has failed us. But the problem is the parents or the mother or the father, basically the mother. You can't tell kids anything. They got phones. They not listening. It is really a shame when they miss the bus.
Making excuses all the motherfucking time. That's the damn
It's
problem.
I'm telling you,
you're supposed to be a 48-year-old man. All you can do is come up with it's the women's fault. You're a bitch.
They took it out the system. It has nothing to do with it. The system they took it out of. Hello.
Well, brother.
And he can't even parent. He's worried about a phone. If you can't control the least of the issue in your house is if your kid is on the phone or not, bro, you got some situations situations, okay?
So you're not
That's
paying
your
attention
house
to the
and
rest
that's
of the
your
world.
phone. That's your house and that's your phone. You're paying for it and you have no control over it. You guys, it's astounding, okay?
Well, does she understand that parents work, people work every day?
Hold on, the movie.
No, Negro, I'm on the welfare system. I don't know nothing about working. And even if I was working or not, okay, I still pay the fucking bills in my house. Ain't no kid gonna tell me what to fucking do. What do you mean you working? Like we all don't work. I work 12-hour shifts every fucking day. No, I'm just. Can I address it? Can I address it or no? You should. You can jump back on it. It's just sometimes Brooklyn, that stuff like that, you let fly. Like we working, it's the system's problem. We just all these fucking excuses coming out of people's mouths. It's just.
Well, we definitely have a broken. I agree with you.
Go ahead.
It's a broken system, but it doesn't mean that it should keep us from doing the right thing when it comes to the community. And we can be here all day talking about broken homes and et cetera, because it's real. But going back to what brother was talking about, or in terms of, I think we should do what we need to do to make sure our children are re-educated, and where the school system, and I worked for the school systems, and where they fail, we have to be mentors, we have to be motivators, and we have to be present, at least in somebody's life, if not your family, at the end of the day. So that's where it starts. That's the real elephant in the room, is just what people are doing right now to make a difference, regardless if the system falls apart. What are you doing to make a difference?
But the thing is, you're also helping the system fall apart when you say things like, "Oh, it doesn't matter which plantation we go with." That is also a big part of the problem.
But
that's
no,
not the
say
truth.
that.
And for you to keep, okay, you've already admitted that there are some policies that are being supported by one side that hurt us much more than others. So it's not the same. And continuing to perpetuate, oh, it's the same, it doesn't matter, is part of the problem. You're hurting us. You're hurting Black people. That's what you're doing by spreading that.
Well,
yes, you are. You're
totally
not
disagree.
being that man that is standing up for the community. You are hurting us. You're tearing us apart by spreading a lie.
Ma'am, you have no idea what
I know
do
exactly what I'm saying.
But what I said is a fact. What I said is a fact. It is a fact. You can get emotionally bent out of shape, but it is the truth. No, it doesn't matter, B. I'm telling you that when you look at... No. Guess what?
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna raise my voice.
Well, no, you can go right ahead. Do whatever you want to do.
And I will. So the thing is, the fruit of your lips show how ignorant and how befuddled you are when it comes down to you speaking for the Black community. You sit here and you want to berate women and say, oh, it's the women's fault because the kids aren't being taught.
I never said that. I never said that.
Sure.
I never said nothing about women, so stop it.
That was the movie. That was the movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I was talking to who's that person?
It's another gentleman that appears to be a Muslim gentleman.
Well, see that kind of disrespect. I mean, we can have a conversation and agree to disagree, but to call me a nigga is stupid.
I didn't call you an NIG.
No, I'm talking about the dumb chick thing.
Let her speak. Mute up.
King, it ain't worth having this type of conversation, fam. Women ain't gonna never be wrong, bro.
Oh, we're not.
Yeah, especially Brooklyn, she still is here.
Let her speak. Let her speak.
Mr. Speak, I didn't hear your claim. I just heard somebody put in there that it was the women's fault, and that's what I was responding to. But y'all kind of sound like y'all voices, and maybe it's my audio, so I'll take the blame for that. It's my fault. I didn't hear what you were saying.
First Lady, he was saying that the two plantations being the Republicans and the Democrats is the same outcome. He was on that.
I gave an analogy and it's okay, but let me make this point. We can agree to disagree. And the reason I said that, look, politics without economics is simple without substance. And when you realize, I get it. You can have some people in the office and they might move the needle here and there, but we got some real external problems or internal problems. Regardless, we cannot continue to wait and rely on any party until we fix and have a code of conduct in our community. Let me just finish, but let me finish because at the end of the day, when you've been doing this work, and I've been blessed to have a body of work involved with the youth every single day. I don't care who in office, I still need to do what I need to do to be present and to be accountable to make a difference. That's what's missing. We cannot just rely on that. And if it goes away, what are you going to do? You going to sit around and just keep crying, or are you going to get up and do something for yourself?
So, Speaker,
Bro, like,
you brought
this
up.
is women, I saw women, bro, and she
Honestly, we're not doing that, bro. We're not doing that. We're not doing. Come on. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, so honestly, we can get to you in a second. Speaker, so you said economics, and then you tied in some culture. Focus on the economic piece. You said economics is more important than the politics. Okay, got it. So so what do you say to all the black people, or the large portion of black people that lost their jobs as a result of the Trump administration's policies during this election cycle? You know, so like I said, with the government shut down, we got the TSA workers leaving, Trump's what is it, the executive orders and some of the other things that he's passed that has significantly raised black unemployment. So what do you have to say to that? So now our economics is impacted. So what are we doing? What do we do now? The people are losing their jobs, things are becoming unaffordable, but you're still harping on both of the plantations. I'm still not really understanding how the math is working. So can you explain that?
Yes, sir. Bro, just what I'm saying is this, that, yeah, one may be, the lesser, I get it, of the evils, and I believe I'm not a supporter whatsoever of Mr. Trump, period. But I think it's forcing us to get back to our excellence. And I get it. People lose their jobs because of some order that Mr. Trump or law or some foolishness policy that is. Yeah, but when are we going to, because we yet have not collectively fixed some of the things in our communities economically. And I just said politics without economics is symbol without substance. You might need some of that, but when you look at who really controls this economy and the percentage of jobs that come from, the government and etc. But it's still, we've been derelict in our duty as a community, as a people, to do what we have to do to fight this thing a little more strategic.
So how are the people supposed to fight the system without jobs? You still haven't really explained the economics piece. Like I hear what you're saying.
Pooling our resources.
What resources?
What resources if they don't have jobs to acquire resources? Are you talking about starting this? Like you're not giving.
Well, all of that. But look, first of all, supporting what we do have and starting what we don't have. And until we get off the breast of this government, we're going to have these conversations forever. We're never going to have true equality, freedom, and justice. This thing was not designed for that. And we keep looking for a mystery God to fix it. We've been struggling. Jobs are one thing, but we get complacent, with that. And then we stop doing what's necessary to build back up our family, to back up our community. And then soon as somebody else, the benevolent whoever, gets in office, it can flip here, flip there, blue or red, we are not in position to our own goddamn
Can I ask a quick question, y'all?
Yeah, I see where this is going.
Can I ask a quick question?
Ben, that's something y'all can have it.
Ben, can I ask a quick question before you go back in?
I think he's done. I think he asked the question.
Yeah, he said go ahead, Sonny.
My question is, do you think that these multimillionaires, now they already have the economics, do you think that they're around telling their units, don't, and they got money. I mean, they got resources upon resources for generations. Do you think they're telling their units, it doesn't matter who you vote for? Or are they saying, no, go for these people that are going to lower our taxes, which is a type of welfare, right? Are they voting for these people who are going to change the policies that allow us to keep more of our money and deregulate, have to do this and that, which costs us money? Like, why are you telling our people, don't worry about it? Don't worry about the politics of it, because we got to get our economics together first. It's not, we can't get our economics together because we don't have the policies in place. And the people that do have the money keep getting their people in and making policies that make it impossible for you to get forward. It's not about welfare and the benevolent. Like, why can you not see that?
Well, Sonny, I think you're right in one sense, but what I'm saying is, look, there are people who tell them what, because they have power. And voting might have power, but behind closed doors is those folks who really tell them, and those are folks who have more power, not just with votes, but economically. I agree that if locally and even nationally, you want to put somebody in that is friendly when it comes to taxes, when it comes to inflation, etc. So you don't have a disagreement, but if that don't happen and if folks didn't vote and however these folks get in there, we still need to have an alternative.
If voting didn't matter, they would not be so desperate to stop our vote from counting, to keep us from voting. If it didn't matter, we wouldn't be going through all these things. It would just, like, it does matter. And telling people that, oh, it's just one side or the other coin, it's not good for us.
But here, when it comes to policies and when it comes to what has, occurred as a result of just voting, not your interest, when it not intelligently being at the tables and making sure that not just our black agenda, but what's really in the best interest of us being able to have a little more juice where it revolves back into the family, it revolves back into the community. So I'm not going to disagree, but we need balance when it comes to politics. We just got to have more balance.
Okay, I'm getting going to a dead zone. I get what you're saying, right? But I don't know how that is beneficial for the time and space that we're in today. Like, those are kind of
First, let's go into the dead space.
Break it up.
Yeah, getting a little break.
and then we gonna see. Can you hear me? Did I break up?
Just break
Yes,
it
ma'am,
up.
we can hear you now a little bit.
Yeah, he was in a dead space. So I want to respond to something that you said, specifics that I'm gonna pull out. So, Brother Gregory, are you familiar with the sisters who had a thing called the Fearless Fund, where they were giving out grants to black entrepreneurs to start businesses? It was for people, and it was group
Hello?
economics. All right.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that was First Lady coming out the matrix.
She was in the matrix.
Well, bam,
Familiar with the Fearless Fund?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, so there was a group of young, beautiful sisters who had started a thing they called Fearless Funds, and they were giving out money, group economics, to black startups and entrepreneurs. It wasn't a ton of money. I think it was 15, 20,000. It was less, 50 or less, but it was giving a nice seed to black entrepreneurs. Do you know they had to shut down? Do you know why they shut down?
No, sir.
Because Republican judges, through Republican politicians, put in place by Republican interests, told them that it was illegal. So some of the very mechanisms, I can give you a whole list of examples. Do you know they're now suing the Congressional Black Caucus that they can no longer give scholarships to black students? Did you hear hear about that, Brother Gregory?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you telling me, and I'm gonna get to the larger point, you say that politics without economics is symbol or sign without substance. The problem is in America, economics has flowed from and because of politics. And what you do, and people like you guys, when you guys think like this, is you separate them. The American government built the white middle class in the 20th century. I don't care what anybody says. I know that for a fact. I can break it down with the big boys. You can't expect people to do things that they're no longer allowed to do because of the politics. So it's not that the Democrats are going to come in and give people a bunch of money, but the Republicans have now made it you can't even give scholarships to black students. Did you hear that the Trump administration is suing UCLA because they said they admitted too many black students into the law school? Did you hear about that? I mean, not law school, the medical school. You want us to give up politics, but have resources. But the ways in which you get, mete out, distribute, and grow resources as a people, the Republicans are telling us we can't do. You actually can't disarticulate them. When white people got their money in America, the middle class, it was all because of housing. That's how they kept black people out of wealth in the 20th century. It's because of housing, blockbusting, redlining, lemon towns. You can't fix a policy problem through grit and determination. As a group of people who are 10% of the population, 12% of the population, whose average wealth in cities like Boston is $8, Atlanta $1,000, Chicago $1,000. Y'all keep saying pull these resources, like Dr. Claude Anderson always says. My question always is, what resources? What resources? The Asians that do it in America are resources. They're using resources from India, from China. They have special banks set up with foreign capital to do these things. The Negro doesn't have a foreign bank because we're American. Ironically enough, the Asians in America who have money come from those other countries. The Asians in America who've been here the longest, I call them ancestral Asians, they're poorer than black people. Those are the Vietnamese down and the Asians down in Louisiana. They're dirt poor. So it's not all the Asians. So we have to actually be a little bit more sophisticated and not just say pull our resources. When we try to pull the resources, they don't let us.
Well, with that backdrop, well, let me just say this real quick, and then I'm done. Thank you, Van. Thank you, Van, for that. And I know where First Lady was going. I wouldn't disagree with that, and I do support it. Remember, I said the balance, and I know First Lady, and I hope you're in a clear area because I get it. You know, in terms of a time like this, and you're right. And Van is 100% correct in terms of when you see what has eroded from this administration, et cetera, et cetera. But the response to it is like get them out of office and put some other people in office, fine. But then if they come back and then they in office, I'm just saying we need a balance. And I get it. We are absolutely, we've been at war, but it is more serious when it comes to, you know, inflation and survival and etc. I think there will be at some point, not that I am at all recommending it and hoping it, you know, in terms of civil unrest or anarchy, but I think even those people who are with the mega, that crap, I think even some of them are suffering it, but they hate us so much, they still in that party. So I wouldn't disagree with you, and I appreciate your well thought out research because you always do. That's just who you are. But I wanted to listen to what First Lady is right. Believe me, I'm here in Chicago, and I do. My friends, they are in office, and certain offices, a lot of them, you know, very close to me that are in key positions, Democrats, etc. And we love each other, but I just know we need to be prepared for a day like this and a time like this with balance, because we still got to have the other stuff. We could talk about, you the other stuff. Yeah, this it ain't just a boogeyman. You're right. They're doing some real wicked shit.
But can I ask you a question, Gregory? I don't mean to interrupt. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm done.
It's pertinent to what we're talking about.
You are a staunch advocate for not voting. You say this on a number of occasions. Do you not?
I never said don't vote.
Sir, you do say
No. Let
You
me tell you what
undermine
I said.
voting on a regular basis.
No, but I've never said don't. I've always said.
Do you undermine voting though?
Do I undermine it?
Yes.
No. If you follow
That's not
anything on social media,
Sir, I'm not talking about social media with respect. I'm talking about
Clubhouse. But I'm just saying, you say and I'm telling you, I'm very, very vocal on the radio
about
and on social
voting.
media. And I never have said
But
one
what is your
time out of
position
my
on voting?
mouth that don't vote.
What is your position on voting, sir? I may have it correct. What is your position on voting?
My position,
In general.
is that we vote our interests. We go with stronger demands. We just don't give away our vote and then go back to sleep. I have a problem with that. We've been doing that forever, and we have not moved the needle with just voting. That's my problem.
Yes, I'd like to say this to Bam.
I wasn't actually talking about submission, but
Mr.
that's
Blackburn.
you don't mind, sir.
Yes, I believe you did cut across to get your point and you found this point on voting. You have a continuance? Go ahead.
Nothing about it.
Just as I was fit to say, sir, to Bam's point, and the backdrop, given the backdrop, and to Speaker Gregory, I'd like to say assalamu alaikum and peace be unto you and your family. And to the point is the backdrop or the backdrop of Stephen A. Smith. We've been having a dialogue all afternoon on his position to say vote Republican and for once to invite all the black people to do that. And that's been most of the controversy. Then as honestly came aboard and the conversation went a different way. But to give y'all the backdrop, honesty, and Speaker Gregory and those that came in a little later in the conversation on Stephen A. Smith, again, more of a physical conservative, as he's got money. His partner is Sean Hannity. His views are broad. He has a lot of money. He's given back some, etc. But he invited to vote all Republican. And then the truth has been brought out that the Republican has not yield in the way of the community and not given anything in the way of some substance. For an example, the Democrat gave in the way of bringing up a congressional black caucus, which is my point. And the GOP of the Republican has not yielded from Donald Reagan to this hour. They have not done anything favorable for we the people. In other words, they vote down everything. And you can bet as much as Republicans debate with each other, at the end of the day, the final vote will be against you and it will be against me as far as going in our museums to offer the history. I know precisely. Yes, ma'am. I'm here since Stephen A. Smith started this. I've been right here. I have a big point to land on that I just don't believe the GOP is going to yield for the Republicans. In this history, from Bush has been totally against the black community in the person of J.C. Watts, in the person of Armstrong Williams, in the person of those Nigel Ennis, other staunch Republicans, in the person of Michael Steele, again, in the person of Colin Powell, staunch Republicans, staunch GOP, and they were used and they became disposable, and I'll land right there on the disposable Republicans. I say it my.
So go ahead, Brother Quinn. Yes.
So, Brother Gregory, what does throwing away our vote look like?
Well, it looks like when we put demands on, regardless, the Democrats or the Republicans, that there's some specific things that we want signed, like right away, executive stuff that we know would help move the needle. Not just symbolic stuff like we got them in there, but some real demands in terms of the family. We need
Health care, like
Yeah,
healthcare, education,
Yes,
jobs. You
Yes,
know that those are fundamental,
Oh yeah, I
Fundamental
agree.
platforms of one party, not the other.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why would we be throwing our votes away if we're voting with that party, the one that's advocating for jobs, education,
healthcare, which are platforms that all Americans, not just Black Americans.
but more specifically, we're talking about Black Americans. Black Americans need and want and advocate for. So we vote for the party that advocates for that, or that supports us with that. How are we throwing away our vote?
Well, I think we have to be extremely intentional when it comes to those areas that you mentioned, because when white people catch a cold, Black people get pneumonia.
Okay,
So we have to make
with all
sure.
respect, you're straining. How does that impact?
We're voting for the party who advocates for that. What else could we possibly do?
Do that change the complexity of the issues that you just
Sorry, you
mentioned
can't
about
answer my
voting for that?
question, brother. I'm asking.
Speaker, be honest.
I'm asking you a question. We are
Yes,
advocates, so let me recap.
We vote for Democrats, primarily. Black folks do.
Right.
By your own admission, Black folk, the Democratic Party advocates for education, for jobs, and for health care.
There's three things. We can go into a myriad of others.
But those three things are very important to Black folks, are they not?
I totally agree.
Okay, so we vote for that party. So again,
How are we throwing our votes away? And what more could we be doing
to do that, well, and let me be more specific.
What more could we be doing in terms of the party
to do that? Since your problem is throwing away the vote with the party with people
that are not helping us with our mission?
I think it's not being dependent on that. I agree, and with a platform, and it's been a platform to part of the Democrats in terms of health care, education, and some other opportunities. So I don't, and that's why I want to correct.
But can you be honest? Isn't it the
I'm being
social
honest.
issues of the Democrats? That's why you don't want us to support them.
No. Say that again, Sonny.
I said, honestly, it is the social issues that the Democrats support that you don't agree with. That's why you don't want us to support them.
Like what? So like what, Sonny?
Like gay rights, for instance. Be honest. That is your issue. Those are your issues. That's why you don't want to get behind.
But no, let me be honest. Thank you, Sonny. And I love you for that. I don't agree with the transgender thing. I don't. Being very honest, I don't think young men should be competing with girls in sports. I have a problem with that. I do have a problem with some of the things. I had a problem with some of the with the Democrats, some of the when it came
easy choice
to foreign policy, some of the stuff that they were doing. But I don't say vote for this one versus that one. But I do have a problem with that. But I don't, Brother Quinn.
You would never even get on the ballot.
They
How
all
many
vote. My
petition
children,
signatures have you
they
generated?
vote.
You're not gonna
And
go
so
with
I'm
that?
not stuck in a
Easy
time
choice,
zone.
wait, fine.
I just have a feeling, and Sonny said it 100% right. Some of the social stuff, girl, you're 100% correct. But I don't promote, that you go over on this side, because then what Brother Quinn is laying down are facts, But that's me,
I'm confused because I think you're talking too much. But okay, you think, okay, now we've got the air clear, and we still don't know what he's talking about. I don't even think he knows what he's talking about. We could settle this 50 minutes ago.
But
Well, maybe you can come over. They value men's voices more.
What'd you say, Sonny?
You value men's voices more.
No, well, I'd say this, and we can agree to disagree, and I will continue to do what I do to try to make a difference. But believe me, I know that in spite of all of the things that we disagree on, there are many things that we agree on when it comes to making a difference in the community, and even with the
pressure that we see happening out here now. What are we doing? And then I know for me, when it comes to violence, when it comes to mentoring, when it comes to family and the community code, that's a big deal for me. And regardless, I am going to continue that work by the grace and the mercy and the blessings of God, period. I don't care who at all. I'm still going to do that.
Here's the issue I have. You just had an exchange with Brother Ben just a few minutes ago, and you were very, you were being very demonstrative about your position about helping black folks and about black folks being self-sufficient.
Doesn't sound so.
But when he gave you the example of the Fearless Fund, which
To us,
very
I have no respect for you.
time.
No, you have no respect for us.
Yeah. I know how it's impacting black folks and what is happening in terms of the Republican Party. They're advocating for the legislation so that we can't be able to do those kinds of things. But for someone as invested as you are, you actually don't know those things. Now, I give you credit for admitting it, because most people on this app wouldn't even admit it. So I'll give you that credit. But you don't know those things, but you're so vehement about your position without actually understanding some very fundamental things. So I would encourage you to do a deeper dive on some of these things. That's exactly
cigar? Into my birth season, and now I need to trade in these.
People are coming big. That's the problem that we're having.
And you got Buddha smoking, what is he, smoking a cigar? Yeah, that's safe to say, yeah. That's the back. El Jefe. Yeah. What does that mean in Spanish? The boss. The boss? Yeah. Let's go, Wayne. We got our favorite machine. Let's close this up.
Rely on that.
Let's check it out. What is it? This is huge, dude. I can't even close it.
Finding out the ways
Testing.
to stay
It's a little bit under. It does happen. Right. But we're going to count it as 14, okay? Okay. All right. It weighs a ton, my friend. 750 grams. Let's check our favorite applicator. Gold is at $4,300. Yeah, that's a great concept. It's crazy. So 750 grams. Let's see. 14 carats at 80. We're going to buy it at 70 from you. It'll talk. I'm going to give you I want clarity that outside gray, half the carats. You got 14 carats because you got 28 of them. I'll give you $40 a carat for that. 5,600. I'm going to give you. Call it 60,000.
Oh my God.
A lot of
pretty
people
good.
I can also get store credit. I'll get a little
benefit
more.
from that. There's some people who are advocating
an example to tell
What is smoking? What is he smoking a cigar?
Into my birth season, and now I need to trade in these.
of the economic challenges that you're having in these policies.
And you got Buddha smoking. What is he smoking a cigar? Yeah, that's it.
It's like to get rid of John.
That chapter, John, let me ask you a question. Have we chapter John economic power?
Sir,
No. Have we tapped into our economic power?
So yes, we have tapped into
No,
our
we have
economic
not.
power. That's past. It is that we may not have done so to our fullest capability, but we have tapped into our economic power, sir.
Collectively, black people.
So what is smoking?
Collectively, do we own the mom and pop store in our neighborhood? Collectively, do we own the hair place? Collectively, are we doing the nail? We live in colonies, man. Stop just alone.
But Steve, can I just say this? Can I interrupt for this? But that was the purpose of the Fearless Fund. That was coming from other resources from the government. But then the Republicans stepped in and said, no, we don't want you to do that. And they went to court for it to limit it.
But Jerry, can I ask you this?
No, because I wasn't done.
Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I wasn't done.
I'm sorry.
And here's the thing, because you were not listening. You didn't listen to Dan.
You are the problem.
And then all I hear
Max Rush is the problem.
I have no idea what that means. You are ignoring what they are telling you.
Maxi fan.
You're not even listening to be a part of the conversation. Because that was one way. They are telling you without the political piece,
There is no economic freedom without it. So you do need both. And please don't say balance. And now I'm done.
Can the black church, the same money that you just, that was mentioned about that freedom fund or whatever you call it, could the black church give the black folks that same money?
No.
The money is not from the government, Sherry.
X-rays is the problem.
Did I say that? I'm sorry.
That's fine.
But my question
You're not
is,
listening, Greg. You're not listening. They ruled that.
My favorite coffee is the Mocha Frappe from Tallarico. He's been arrested multiple times, but he keeps getting released due to issues.
Constitutional level is unconstitutional. That's why they're now going after scholarships from places like the CDC. This is why they went after, at Northern Illinois University, they had a special program for black men. Duke University used to give free tuition to black students. They had to stop it. Literally. Lots of places did. That's what I'm saying. Let's like, come on, y'all. Let's stop with the banging and the meta. It's like some information. It's kind of uninteresting at this point. We've been banging for like 5 years.
Is it you having a mental health?
Because of Republicans taking power and putting their judges in, the kinds of things that you want, they're deeming unconstitutional. That's the point. Secondly, I don't know what it means to live in colonies. That's another thing. Thirdly, you can own...
Property taxes are not going up next year. We're keeping them flat while still balancing the budget. We
It's very
sat down with the teacher.
like very little. And even if you did want to do it, the way somebody said, you couldn't do it because the government is ruling these things are unconstitutional. The CDC can't give out scholarships. I know we don't like the CDC, but they're just giving out scholarships. They're now in court to give out scholarships. There was a med school program for black men in Alabama, I believe it was at UAB, I think it was. They cut it. Did you see the assault on DEI? It wasn't just like giving black ladies government jobs. It was like your programs, free tuition for black people. The government is suing the New York Times for discrimination against a white man. Do you know that, Brother Gregory? They said the New York Times, this is Trump's government, said the New York Times did it. Discriminating against the white man. Come on, man, let's get into the conversation. Somebody says we sound like a plantation, so we're going to bring the brother up. I don't know what it means to be in a plantation, but we'll see what the brother, of course he can't come up. We're on the plantation, he must be in the house sucking dick. Who wants to go next in the queue?
So this particular, what was it called? Freedom? What were you talking? What's the name of it?
I don't know. This guy says Speaker Gregory's Kirk was down the plane. Yeah, we outside. You inside giving hand jobs to boss and the other slave owners and overseers. You can't even come on stage and speak.
The Freedom Fund.
It's called the Freedom Fund.
So,
Hold on. So Ron Entrepreneur said I had a dumb response. Well, that's it. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna cut off the chat.
Cut the chat.
And tell me
Cut
my
the chat.
responses are dumb. So we'll just cut the chat because we got a
Let
lot of
him-
chat warriors that don't want to go.
Come up.
BAN. So we'll cut the chat since my response. So tell me my response. Why my response was dumb. Ron Entrepreneur. What am I going to do?
Just a couple of.
Uncle, please be quiet 1 second.
What am I going to do, bro?
I'm here. I just said the response was dumb. I have a right to that response.
No,
Okay?
I just
You
want to know what it was
you
dumb.
didn't have to. You didn't have to. Just the homosexual thing. Come on, man.
Oh, you meant that. I thought you meant my substitute.
Good afternoon, everyone. And what a great afternoon it is. I'm Alderperson Andre Vasquez. It is my honor to welcome you to the 40th Ward. Have you cut the ribbon?
I'm not. So I gave the social. 1 second, sir. So when he said I was on a plantation, right? So I came back with the sexual joke. So slavery jokes for black people against black people, that's okay. But the gay jokes are too far. I understand. But the point is that's what you're. But did you have anything substantive, or were you just responding to my joke? You responded to the joke.
I'm being on stage and engaging in the conversation.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. Do you have a substantive response to whether or not
Haven
black
on Lincoln.
people or the fearless or any of the topics? Let's get off the gay joke.
Okay, fine. I'll say this. Let people do what they're going to do. No one is right or wrong. If they want to vote, let them vote. If they do not want to vote, don't let them vote. Whatever they say on why they don't want to vote or why why they vote. I don't know why people go at odds at it. It literally makes no sense to me. This reminds me of about that saying that says that, I think it's from the Bible, a house divided amongst itself, it won't stand, it'll fall. For some reason, right against left. And y'all, it's almost like the two wings on a plane. If everybody could come together and find a way to work things out peacefully and reasonably, maybe we could stand together as a people and have more of a say on how the government does things instead of pointing the fingers like them Spider-Man memes where the two fingers are just pointing at each other.
So give us an example of what that looks like. Give us an example of what that looks like.
No. Let's just go back to what we already have been speaking about. He just spoke his part, and you got that part out. We listened to that. Now can we actually deal with what we are talking about?
I just never understand
The feel is fun. The feel is fun. Do you think that that's dumb? Do you think that's stupid? Do you think that's part of the plantation? I'm trying to understand. This is what we're speaking about.
Because I can sense the sarcasm and the foolishness in your tone. So when you come with a different I'm not stupid. Okay, First Lady. You want to talk condescending? Do it with somebody else.
You'll never even get on the ballot. How many petition signatures have you done? You knocking down the door? He's a choice vote fine.
Let me mod other people.
I mean, we can have a discussion. I have no problem telling how I feel, but I just like to tone out.
Ron, that's just how she's, to be honest with you. That's actually how she speaks. That's actually not her being. She was actually trying to go back to the combo. She wasn't big. She actually doesn't condescend at all. That's literally her tone. She's a singer.
Gotcha. Okay, I apologize if I'm wrong. Yeah.
That's okay. But do you think things like the Fearless Fund, where we have institutions and groups that are giving out seed money, capital investment to black startups is a good idea? Or no?
I think the concept of it is good. I think the concept.
Okay, cool.
Can y'all hear me?
All right. Yeah.
The concept is good.
It's good. Right. But now, because of politicians, they're not allowed to do that anymore. So when you say people should vote or shouldn't vote, it doesn't matter. We should do the thing that you think is a good concept. By not voting, we're not able to do certain things now. So these things go hand in hand. I agree. They're complement.
Right.
If you agree, then why do you think not voting is a
because people have a right to not vote if they don't want to.
No, we're not talking about their right. No, we're not talking about their right. That's a different discussion. We're talking about whether or not voting has better outcomes than not voting and vice versa. Maybe you came in later. No one's saying people shouldn't have the. Oh, here we are. We got people. Okay, all right.
No, I'm following you. I'm actually understanding what you're saying. I'm not looking to be combative or anything. I'm actually following along with what you're saying.
Okay, so that's the convo. It's not whether or not people have the right. We all agree people don't have the right. Some people are arguing not voting will lead to better outcomes. Or the room started because Stephen A. Smith said every black should vote for Republicans for the next election, and it will have better outcomes. And so agree. That's the room. Nobody says people can't vote. Y'all gotta stop. Respectfully, if I'm bringing the relationship room energy over to the political rooms where the readers are. It's just not here, brother. First Lady never condescends to you. That wasn't cool at all.
And listen, like I said, I apologize if I'm wrong.
I'm just saying. Bro.
Yes. I'm an accountable person, and to me, it's not relationship energy. It's just listening to how people talk. But if that's our authentic and genuine self, then I understand. So my thing is that I don't agree with what Stephen A. Smith said that every African American should vote Republican, because that might not be beneficial to every African American. Even if they put all of those, even if they didn't take away the Fearless Fund, right? Not every African American is advantage of that or desire to do that. So when you really have to break things down to individual level and only group them for people that want to follow along with certain things. That's how I see it.
And to that point, I'd like to add 2 dots, put 2 critical marks on that. The fact of the Freedom Fund and the fact of a little further back, we said, why didn't they teach the Fred Hampton? Why did they want to vote down Freedom Act? And it's because the whole GOP, in my political analysis, the whole GOP does not want anything pre-approved and in line with their overall Republican Party idealism, and that is a form of control. They will accept you under a certain control, under a certain economic status, as you can see, not just Nicki Minaj alone, but all of those things do, and they will vote you not once or twice, but every single time. If it means the freedom, like he said, from the plantation, freedom from that type of a certain form of education. They want to alter all of that together, want to alter the education in the favor of the Neanderthalic. And I land my plane just on the facts as you know them, but I know those two are tied together. They didn't want you to know about Fred Hampton, and they would not approve something that you go out and do on your own. And those are the facts as I know them to be, just by saying bye. And clap your heels 3 times, bye.
Entrepreneur, I really do have the question about when you say, well, instead of, kind of talking about you shouldn't vote this way or that way, we should come together. What does that mean when you're saying that? Like, what does that look like to you? We should do things to come together.
We're speaking in the context of people that don't want to vote. Let people come together and do things on their own. Some people don't believe in the power of voting, no matter what evidence or information you put before them.
So you mean that we should just ignore those people, leave them out, and just wait till they decide they want to vote? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. In other words, let's say if you got 2 million people, right? I'm just using an arbitrary number. 2 million people that don't want to vote. Let those 2 million people find a way to do the things that they want to do. You can still work with them even if they don't vote. To me, part of the problem is that because people don't vote, or people vote left, or people vote right, people want to be divided, and we can't come together. A lot of us can't come together because we're too busy looking at the fact that, oh, you're a conservative, oh, you're a liberal, oh, you didn't vote, oh, I don't want to have nothing to do with you, I don't want to have nothing to do with you.
But that's recent politics, though. What we're talking about right now is the more polarized politics that we're in, the more polarized political time that we are in. So that may have been a great argument 20 years ago, 30 years ago, but we're talking about a more polarized politic now. So my question to you is the importance of voting?
I really don't care about voting the way you're doing.
That's my answer. Okay.
Yeah,
That's why you're saying what you're saying then. But
okay, so for those of us who do, can we have conversations? It's kind of insane the way people want to have the combo. They want to have it's like, okay, you're a non-voter and you don't see. So this is not. But
he didn't let me finish. He actually didn't understand the importance of voting, and I said I couldn't care less. Basically, I couldn't care less one way than another. What I do understand is it's important for people that find it important, that want to follow that system, that want to use that political system to gain favor, to get things into action, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. I understand it from that perspective.
Okay. What about for people that want equal treatment under the law so they can do the things that you I guess it's kind of strange now. So now
that's an umbrella effect. No, I'm
you guys got it. Well, can I
Oh, my bad.
It's okay. I'll start talking about unmarried women, and it'll be the conversation that people want. Okay.
I don't care about that.
I think, Ron, what you said, and then even what Brother Quinn is, and even what Man has said, look, it's like folks who say it's a serious time and everybody should take the jab, and there were people pissed at folks who didn't take the poison jab, and because they strictly responded to the fear, or they responded to the urgency. So, Brother Quinn, there's an urgency in your mind in terms of, whether it's the fearless funds or if it's this, that, the other, and government is taking away these. What are we going to sit back and say that put those things back, is it going to change the complexity of our community? What we see happening to this very day, do we blame on the Republican Party or the Democratic when it comes to the family, when it comes to the school system? Not before they start take this out of the curriculum. Can we be honest, as y'all want to use the word, and say in Democratic cities, when you had them in office, did they drop the ball?
So I will say that on education, on infrastructure in certain ways, Democrat politicians, Democrat politicians have dropped the ball because. Oh,
It's the Matrix, yeah.
Hello?
I can't.
When you say you're in the matrix.
I swear to God.
Everybody else is
Like,
the
it's
uninformed.
difficult.
He cannot hear nothing.
Lisa, you're in the matrix and he was
It's
talking.
it's the timing, yeah.
The uninformed, the rambling, the pseudo, the pretendians, the anti-vaxxers, the anti-voters, they all can speak uninterrupted and get their gout. It just happens to be when I speak, I get interrupted and people all of a sudden come into the matrix. It's amazing how that happens. I don't know how that happens. But anyway, I told you, Mara, they meet before the room starts.
Talking about, I'm just trying to ask the question.
You're in the Matrix, Lisa.
Matrix. And then people want to argue with me for no reason. I wasn't even talking about you, Lisa. You're in the Matrix. This app is bizarre. Y'all got it.
Ron, thank you for having the tenacity and the courage just to speak your piece. And thank you, Brother Quinn, and everybody. I mean, we can agree to disagree. And Evan and First Lady, but I really think that sometimes we understand what we're saying, but as Ron, articulated the point on how we want to beat down our community and don't want to the fact of what they've done to discourage people, even though there's an urgency in what the Republicans are doing and not doing, and Trump and etc.
And the fact that you've given into it.
Wait a minute, let him
You've got
finish.
so many
But
bugs.
can I finish my
Let
point?
him finish.
I want to take responsibility of how we got here and how we got here. How did we get here? Because black folks was voting Democrat, period. And
That's
there
not
was
it.
a Democratic ran. Yes, black people just gave away their vote to the Democratic Party. And what was the result in the black community?
I can tell you.
As far as education, as economics, as far as violence, etc. You cannot tell me, because I live in Chicago, and this whole
Chicago's
state
the only
with
place where
no.
You're right. Because you live in Chicago, you have all the
But can I
answers.
finish?
You have all
You're
cried,
going
man,
too
and
long,
you interrupt me.
speaker.
Go ahead, I'm done. Go
I
ahead.
cried. You're right. I cried because I started speaking to answer your original question, and I got cut off. But they said let you finish. No, you go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. You tell us about.
Yeah, I wanted to get back
Go
to
ahead and
that.
tell us about how black outcomes, since Democrats have taken over, are the same or worse than they were. Because I can actually compare. For 70 years or so, Democrats voted 90-10 for Republican, and then they switched with FDR. I can look at the black poverty line in 1960 was 60% or more, and look at it now and it's under 20%. I can give you all kinds of outcomes and metrics. Am I saying it's perfect? No. Am I saying it's gravy? No. Am I saying it's not working needs to be done? Absolutely not. But you're not meaning that black people are better. They were better off in 1940 or 1926 than they are in 2026. I I can look at high school graduation rate, percentage of the population per capita. I can look at college as a percentage of per capita in the population. I can give you all kinds of metrics. I can look at life expectancy. Is it on par with whites yet? No, but is it better than what it was? Absolutely. Why? Because of a set of policies that people like you now take for granted. You're a brother that likes to organize young black men. You know what they were doing when they were organizing young black men in 1920s and 30s? Jacking them up. You certainly love freedom of association now. You like traveling between states on carriers, buses, airplanes, etc. Couldn't that before. But you take that for granted because you think nothing has changed. But I'll let you go ahead and tell us how nothing is changing. How you think it would have been better in 1926. At least as Congress said, you could have forced a black woman to marry you and your wife because they didn't have jobs. So he did say he wanted Jim Crow for a woman. That's fair. But
I just want to say one thing before we get back to all of that. I do find it very peculiar that a lot of the people in this type of politic don't live in the South, do not live in Republican-led states, and can only focus on the fact that they live in a blue state with a blue city government. And so, can we focus on how bad the Democrats are to me here locally when, to be very clear, like with this line of logic, I'm about to be like Ben. I hope the Republicans win for the rest of time so then you can see what it's like to actually be under some bullshit. So when all of your systems that you enjoy get gutted, when all of the safety nets you have go bye-bye, because all of those things get cut, when the education system which you bemoan in your state gets crippled, when you start living the way that a lot of other people have been living for years now, then I would like to see how you then blame Democrats for what Republicans are doing. Like the fact that Republicans took away, are gutting the Voting Rights Act, and it's this idea, but local Democrats are bad to me. We're about to lose representation as black people across the South. If Republicans have it their way, they will be coming for a lot of these blue states. And yet, the focus here is let's do mutual aid out of systematic oppression and let's blame the Democrats locally. And focus on that and have some sort of accountability. And then we can maybe get to a liberatory politics to freedom. I don't understand. I don't understand why non-voters want to get into a conversation with people who are voting, talking about a very specific thing, and then getting upset because they feel like they're being condescended or talked down to because they don't vote or they don't participate in the franchise. That's not our problem.
these people would not, if they were paid $500,000 one time, not move out of Illinois, New York, Maryland, or California, they wouldn't step foot in these southern states that are run by Republicans. It's very easy when you got Brandon Johnson, who you might not like, but it's not breaking up your meetings. Take that shit down South Carolina and see what they do to you. It's very easy when you got Governor J.B. Pritzker, the billionaire, giving you funding. And you can argue with him and say it's very easy when you got Wes Moore, Kathy Hochul, Gavin Newsom. All these people who hate the Democratic Party and what they've done to black people in these cities, are right up under them, just right under the titty. Just slurped right under the titty. Where are the black magats? I give the movie credit. At least he's in Mississippi. He ain't ground zero. You ever notice how it's an abundance, Brit, of people who they love to talk about being foundational black American, how they are black people, indigenous, etc. Their roots go back here, but they great migration babies. Huh? Their family ran from the South. They didn't go back.
And maybe I had this too. A lot of people ran from Chicago.
Do you see how?
My bad, brother. My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
Do you see how y'all do me? That's crazy. Alexa, stop. Isn't that interesting, Britt? They got all them trains. They got all them buses. They got all them cars, they hitchhiked, their granddaddies did, ran from the South to North. They hated the Democrats and liberals so much, they went and ran up under them. Got job programs, got city worker programs, went to school because quotas and affirmative action. Now they developed, now they're doing good in their cities. They talk about how much they hate the Democrats. Flip Chicago red. You know why they can have a Flip Chicago red movement? Because they know it's not going to flip red. If you really want to flip Chicago red, start a movement like Charles Blow said and move people down south to the Republicans. They said they was balling in Oklahoma. Ain't y'all balling in Oklahoma? Move down to Alabama. They balling. Black people balling in Alabama. Tennessee. Tennessee, take me to another place. That's what they was talking about in the song. So why don't y'all blacks that hate the Democrats so bad just leave and move down south? It's right there. And in fact, since you got your President Trump in, he said gas will be cheaper than Biden when he took office. Gas is cheaper. Get your $4.80 gas and just drive down with Lexus and BMWs. Just go down to Tennessee. Tennessee.
And Brother Van, can I also add something to that? When you move to these southern states, don't move into the cities. Move into the rural areas.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, don't move to Atlanta. Thank you, Glenn. Don't move to Austin. I love this. I had to get out of California. It was horrible. Where'd you move? I moved to Austin. Huh? When you move to North Carolina, don't move to Durham. Don't move to Chapel Hill. Don't move to Charlotte. When you go to South Carolina, don't move to South Carolina anywhere. Don't move to Atlanta. Don't move to Columbus. Don't move to Birmingham, Montgomery. Don't move to the blue areas. Move out with your white, rural, conservative, traditionalist, church-going brethren in MAGA. Move out there with them.
Well, hold on. I don't agree now. Down in the woods now.
You wouldn't be caught down there with them. I know.
Hey, we can load this some of these white folks.
I got it. Yes, I understand. That's the point. So move down with your rural cousins who, when they come and visit you in the cities up north, after they leave, you say they stink.
Well, let me add to what you were saying. Now, a lot of people that live in Chicago came from Mississippi, but a lot of people are coming back. They're selling their land. And you made a great point. You and I can't think of the other guy. The rural areas, you're right. That's where a lot of people are moving back to. I live in a rural area. It just so happened to have a college in this town. But when you go to Fayette, that was ran by, I mean, it's just that town is, man, it's sorry. But I'm not blaming white folks or Republican whites, because I think what's happening in Virginia, they redistrict, but it's going to be a black Republican woman that wins. But I can't remember. I'm not going to be politically correct. I know, no, it was the way. Hey, look, let me say this. No, he was saying when you move to these towns, move to a rural area. And also, I want to add, they dress better than 1930s.
Okay, cool. But being back on topic, they're all gonna move to fucking Texarkana. They're gonna move to the rural areas. Then they're gonna realize it's a fucking shithole. They're gonna miss their hovels, their 2x2 shoeboxes in the big cities of those blue cities that they left. They're gonna miss the Democrats and that Democratic they were sucking off of, and then they're gonna cobble together every last dollar got, scrape and scrimp and pinch every dollar they got, and then they're gonna carry their ass back up there in probably 6 months, 6 to 8 months, maybe a year. They don't last down here. It won't even take that long. They don't last down here. Why? Because all of that talk, when you're up north and you in the big city on the east side, all of that shit sounds real good. All that, the Democrats and this, that, and the third, all that sounds real good until you come to a place that has no infrastructure, that has all of the things you took for granted, they don't exist here. And then all of a sudden you start to realize that actually maybe Democratic governance isn't perfect, but it's better than this shit down here. And then they carry their ass right back. Shout out to all the Republicans who moved to Texas during that pandemic and have been slowly going right back to California because they cannot stand it here.
Well, let me add this now. During Katrina, a lot of people were forced to move to Texas and Mississippi and Jackson. It's like they're trying to get rid of Jackson being the capital of the Mississippi.
That's a topic. That has nothing to do with what we just said.
You were saying that people that moved there, some people were...
No, that's not the topic. The
those people were displaced during a natural disaster. What we are talking about is people moving to the South to seek economic opportunities, yes, but to get away from what they feel like is the failure of blue state governance.
And people
They
in
go
New York,
to,
and people in New York moving down to Florida.
And do you know what they are also doing? Do you know what they are also doing? They are also moving back home.
But
they are also moving back home. That's not,
so
what
you
you're
believe
not
in
hearing.
socialism?
What you're not, honey? Can you even spell socialism?
Yes, and I'm not your honey either.
Well, I said what I said.
What I said. That's that. See, that's what wrong with y'all feminist movement. You a feminist. I can tell. You like Planned Parenthood.
And what's wrong?
In 1930s, we dressed better. Now it's sagging.
Planned Parenthood offers. But I don't see. I don't. But Planned Parenthood
kills more black people than white people.
Actually, it offers great services to those who are in need.
When you're 8 months
free cancer screenings.
You decide to kill the baby.
I know that for a lot of people. I know. The fact that you have now turned this into a gender war and
you a feminist. And that's all you is. You a feminist.
You know what, Fred? I love how he calls you a feminist, and he's the sassy.
I'm a masculine man.
You don't sound like it's not sounding like it.
I wouldn't give a fuck what I sound like.
It don't sound like it.
Britt, Sherry, Brooklyn. Is this the same man that said that people get called racist for wearing a hat?
Yes.
Y'all was thinking what happened at that restaurant. They kicked them people out.
But listen,
Yeah,
look
it's
at
facts
the
on that
hypocrisy.
shit.
Why
Where
are
did
you
this come
yelling at
from?
me, sir? I don't understand. I'm not yelling at you.
Y'all had Democrats 12 years.
What's wrong? Why are you mad?
Ain't nobody mad. Y'all just over talking that bullshit. Shut up.
What's crazy is he's
I'm
talking
not
about.
using profanity. I'm not yelling. I'm not screaming at you,
You're
sir.
being intellectual disingenuous. Do you know what that means?
It's dishonest.
Again, there you go. You calling people names, but you didn't like it yourself when you said that somebody calls you names.
I responded. What the fuck? Y'all sensitive tampons in boys' restrooms and shit. I keep talking about all this bullshit.
Can we move past this?
They
I just want to say this, but as we move on, Planned Parenthood offers a lot of great services to those who are in need. It is more than just a servicer of abortions. I really wish that we would stop denigrating Planned Parenthood, because for a lot of communities, especially communities where people might not have enough funds for a primary care physician, Planned Parenthood is a great first step in them getting the health care options that they need that has nothing to do with pregnancy. My God,
A fucking condom would be nice. Some pills, some birth control would be nice. Don't abort that baby at 4 months and all these 6 weeks. Why the man don't have a choice? My body, my choice. Fuck that. But then y'all demand the man to pay. No, y'all don't want to see the real. Y'all don't want to see the real. That's bullshit. Planned Parenthood. They don't go up there to Hamptons with them white kids and talk about Planned Parenthood. No, they come to HBCUs. And I know because I live next to one. See them Planned Parenthood buses in Hampton or in New Jersey or the white folks' neighborhoods. White folks get married after college. Black folks want to be independent and strong, and that's why you gotta head home.
How old were you when you got married? Just for reference.
Not married, no kids.
Okay, got you. So let's get back to the room. I don't know why you ladies. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe y'all enjoy it, makes you feel good. Y'all just don't get it. You don't. You do not know how to go back and forth with these men, and I don't know. If it feels good, you know, everyone's free. I'm just saying. But it was about understanding. You're just wasting your breath. You really, if it's fun or whatever, that's cool. I'm not saying stop. But British, I think he was getting upset. Did you hear what he just said? He just talked about people getting married out of college and traditionalism. He's a 48-year-old man with no wife and no children. Why don't you go back and forth with this person?
I didn't know.
But you mean you didn't know? Just listen. And so what I'm saying is that
I wouldn't be on here.
As a larger point. Why? You send your woman to some Mother's Day, have her cook while your kids play. You could be at work doing it. You could be working on the car. You could be cleaning the garage.
Let me know when I can get a response to that. I don't want to
You don't need a response. You've been speaking the most. I just want to get the point. And so it actually got to the point I wanted to get to. And this is where the Democratic Party for blacks are going to need to shift. It actually isn't work. All of this is about gender and the black men's perceived attack. People actually need to realize that's what's going on.
Well, they took men out of houses. They took the men out of households.
To interrupt me. So now I'll go to your point. Explain how the government took men out of households. Just do that.
Okay. First of all, when you were able to get an EBT card or be on welfare, you couldn't have a man. Yeah, you couldn't have a man in the household. The woman had to get.
Stop right there. Cool. Let's start there. I mean, they got rid of that in '68, but I understand it kind of went on when it shouldn't have. I kind of understand. If a man's in the household, I want you to listen to what you said. If you a man in the household, why is your woman on welfare?
Okay. They made it that way. Woman, I'm gonna give you.
What I'm saying.
I just you won't give me a chance to answer. I just said they created that way. The man has to leave for the woman to get that money.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Like, just listen to what I'm saying. If I'm a man in 1960, 1962, and I'm a man, why is my woman looking to get on welfare? That's the first question I have for you. Why would a woman need to be on welfare if I'm a man? Because even the black men didn't make a lot of money. They make more than
See, let me answer that question because if we're living together.
Hold on 1 second, Dom. What'd you say, Peter?
Because the LGBT physically.
Okay. You're done for the day. Then move it. Go ahead and answer the question. If I'm a man, why would I need my own welfare?
Okay. What happens is.
Start there.
Okay. What happens is I'm a man in the 60s. I'm not making like I could be making. We have arguments. Amongst the house. Yes, we got 4 kids here. Look, man, get away from me. I'm not giving you no pussy no more. Get out of my house. I can have an option. You gotta look at that video. I'm gonna go find it and put it in the chat.
Another video they're talking about. I have the same internet. I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I got you. Sit here. So I'm a man with 4 kids and I'm taking care of my kids. I then have a fight with my woman. Do I still have a job or no?
Yes. I said.
Okay. So why would I qualify for welfare if I have a job?
That's not the woman goes out.
You're not listening. In the household. No, in the household. If I have a job, listen. If somebody has a job, why would I have to get welfare?
Just the same way they push that Planned Parenthood. I'm going to the weak woman. It's just like I'm going. Your man keep coming in. Ma'am, get rid of that man that's giving you problems. Even though he's helping you out, but since you want to cut off sex and do all this to him, get rid of it. Get rid of him. Give me 10 more seconds. Get rid of him, and we'll give you $500 a month or whatever.
It was never that much.
Or whatever. I'm only picking numbers, man.
Let's keep going. Stop.
For conversation purposes, whether it's $1.
I got you. Well, the point is that it wasn't as high as people think, even though it was less than what men were making. So if I'm the man and it's my house, and this is back when women were, it's my house. I'm paying for it. It's mine. How can she kick me out? If I'm paying the rent and it's my house, how can a woman kick me out of a house that I have my name on and I'm paying for?
When she packed up, I will. When she packs up the kids and leave out and go to a shelter, they're gonna give her something that's Section 8 in that. The woman is gonna leave. This is what Kevin Samuels says. The most divorce rate is because a woman ends the divorce.
We're talking about the 60s. We're talking about
Oh, in the 60s, people were married. I'm just talking about the very few, like you said, you saw that video where there were a lot of women lined up with babies.
Section 8 wasn't out yet.
Oh my God, they were
started in the 70s. Come on.
Oh, okay. What you gonna tell me? Oh no, you stop for a second. You're gonna tell me projects when it fit into the 60s. I mean to the 80s.
I said Section 8. Section 8. Sometimes I want you to listen to what you said.
Projects are the same as Section 8. You're looking at like, I can go live in a home like me. I rent property. I have a few people that's on Section 8. Well, not me personally, but my family does.
Okay, so
and
somebody,
and I collect that rent money because it's guaranteed.
So you've been projects?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm just saying a project is just what they said. It's a project so we can develop the single man home. And I want to push it a little bit further. Look at our television shows. They don't show. Oh, no, I got one more to say. Go into, no, give me, I got 10 more seconds. When you go by Pamela,
You're doing good. Stop right
you won't see a man and woman on Pamela.
Okay, stop. I want you to stop right there. I want you to stop right there. So you said that they kicked the man out of the house to get the welfare. Now you're talking about the woman moving out. Stop right there. Now you're talking about the woman moving out of the house. Which one was it? Did they kick the man out of the house?
You made a hyperbole, like a hypothetical, that like the man owns house. They're living in an apartment. They're not, ain't no house with, man.
I'm not talking, no, I don't mean they owned it. I'm just saying. So if I'm the man and I have a woman and we're married, because remember everybody, black person was married before LBJ. They were all married. And we're in an apartment.
Let me stop you there. Why do you bring up LBJ so much? Because he said for the next 200 years, them black folks on them boats are crack.
No, that's when these things expanded, the war on poverty.
Yeah, but he created that shit.
I know, that's why I brought him up. So I said before LBJ. You used to ask me.
Oh, before LBJ, we pulled up our pants and looked civilized.
But, oh, wait a minute. So you blame the government for black people's appearance?
Well, see, now you're going on government. No, sir. Don't switch my lingo. No, sir. No, I think the hip-hop, I think the government infiltrated the hip-hop role.
Let's stay on the welfare point. Let's stay on the welfare point, because I never understood this argument. I'm trying to understand it. So I'm a man, and I have a job, and I'm in the house. Are we on welfare while I'm in the house?
Can't be, per se. Can't be, from my understanding, you can't be.
No, before they put that law.
Oh, well, I was born in 77. I don't know what happened in 60. I just know my mother had two parents growing up in the 30s and 40s.
Oh my God. Stop. All right. So the argument is for you that, so if did this rule only apply to black people?
Oh, that's funny you asked, because people in Mississippi, no, let me explain this. People thought when they said they're going to cut off food stamps, I was like, they can't do that. It's more white folks on food stamps.
In the house rule.
Yeah, I think it affected the the minority community more. No, I must say blacks, because Mexicans, man, they not like us. No. Yes, the black community, the down south black community.
Apply to black people.
On which format?
The father in the house rule is what I'm asking.
Oh yeah, they purposely got rid of the black father, just like they did on TV shows.
I got you. So the rule only, so white people, Hispanics, Asians, etc., they were able to get welfare with the father in the home. That's what I'm asking.
No, it's not welfare for that, since you're saying. No, that's not. That's two oranges and apples. No. Mexicans, they come over here, work, and send their money back. The Asian community.
Oh my God, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the welfare. You talking about they got rid of the father, black father.
Yeah, I think it was specifically designed for the black father.
Right. So that only applies if you were a white person on welfare. White people were allowed to have a father in the home.
No, the line went across the board.
All right, so it wasn't for everybody. Okay, cool. So
it was for everybody. Welfare is more white folks on welfare.
Stop right there.
Black folks in
So did it have the same effect on white fathers?
I'm sure it did. But
so the government, stop right there.
The crime we have, it illuminates further.
Stop right there.
Why do you keep saying stop?
Because you're moving on to something different. I want you to stay where you are. So you're now making.
Hold that thought. I got to answer a call. All
right, cool. Would anybody else like to come up and do the?
As y'all were doing this back and forth, I was desperately trying to Google, because there's a difference between North and South, and when black people was able to actually get it, because black people was banned when the act was passed in 1935 and couldn't get it.
Man, you have unique patience for asking that same question at
part of the problem is that, respectfully, a lot of you guys, I mean, some of your respect, you don't know how to navigate sheer ignorance the way I do. And so it's not very difficult for me because I'm less interested in what he's saying, but I want people to hear how they think. And so for me, it's very illuminating. You guys just aren't used to talking to people like this. I'm an expert at it. I have a master's degree. It's called an MDN, Masters in Dumb Niggas. This is one of my specialties. So I have an MDN. So it's fine. The point is that I want people to hear how dumb the idea is that black men were in the home, and then because of welfare, they got kicked out of the home. Because my next question is, what percent of blacks were on welfare? And if they weren't on welfare, why'd they leave the home? And then I would ask Kevin Samuels, if he was still alive, how do you account for the vast majority of black men that weren't, black families that weren't on welfare, and the father still left the home? Blaming it on welfare of the Democrats is very easy until you realize that the vast majority of blacks weren't on welfare. And so my question becomes, why did blacks men leave the home even when the women didn't get on welfare? That's where I'm working my way to. And it actually is not, to be fair to the black men, some of it was dusty behavior, etc. It actually had everything to do with economic policy of Richard Nixon and conservatives. But I haven't been able to work my way there yet. Someone says this is reductionist. People in the chat, you guys can please come up. I'd love to have a back and forth with you. I'm now avoiding work, so I would love to have a back and forth.
Hey, Van, when you brought up Nixon, they would like lose their shit when you talk about the Nixon domestic policy against blacks. They probably never even heard of it.
Look at this. Alan says Reagan created the welfare state.
The welfare state was started in 1935.
Reagan created I gotta screenshot that. I gotta keep that alive. Somebody who constantly is telling people on stage they're dumb, they don't know what they're talking about. He'll come up with people know what they're talking about. He said that Reagan created the welfare state.
What if he Googled the Calio project in 1950? It was all white.
MC, are you there? MC, are you there? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm done my saying. Okay. Did you want to talk about the fathers at home?
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to say, as in kicked out. I think what he was trying to say is, before the welfare came in, it wasn't as attractive as an option to be, again, I'm not trying to insult anyone, but to be in basically unwed single mother, having multiple children, because as you know, as we were saying back in the 60s, it just weren't a thing for us. I think what he's trying to say is, once it came in, it made it more of an attractive option for people to maybe be in that category. Yes, I'm talking about unwed single mothers, in comparison to early in the 1960s, where we had the highest marriage rate. That's what I think he's trying to say, but he can't get his point across without, just coming out with this, that, and the other. But yeah, I understand where he's coming from.
Who has the highest marriage?
Because, for example, right now it's for instance, it's now in the 17.
You have to get off the app.
No, because
it's insane.
No, because for now it's like 70.
Couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
In the 60s, that wasn't even 5%. So something obviously happened with the
start
world.
over. You went out. Say that again.
So over 70%. Yeah, that's
what was
that currently. Yeah, that are single. In that category, it was single unwed mothers. Yeah, pregnant mothers. So I'm saying back then in the 60s.
You went into the matrix. Can you start over? I'm sorry, we missed a piece of what you said, so I didn't hear the beginning.
I was saying right now, yeah, the number, the percentage of out of wedlock pregnant mothers, yeah, so without father in the home, is between 70 and 80%. Where I'm saying in the 60s, that wasn't even 5%. So that's why I'm saying.
Why do you think that?
No, that's there. I'm not talking about stats, as in that's
Why
that's
do you
just
think that
there.
in the 60s? Where did you get the data that in the 60s, 95% of black children? Ma'am, let me ask it's ironic. Where did you get that in the 1960s in America, 95% of black children were born with two parents in the home? Where'd you get that from?
Okay, because the stats are there.
That's what I'm asking. Where'd you get it from? I'm going to pull it up for the room. Put it on the top. You got to show and prove. Source up. Each one, teach one. Shout out to Sinead. Where's your source?
You want me to put all of the sources in here? But you can find it in any library book.
I'm looking. Nobody goes to the library. It's all online. Just show us where black children in the American South, where most of them were, you just said 95% were born to two-parent households in the 1960s. By the way, that will be impossible based off the welfare that people are talking about. Because if that was two parents in the home, you couldn't have had the no father in the home rule. That's a different discussion. Can you just give us data on that? Where are you getting data from?
You want me to put the stats in here?
Yes,
I'm ready.
Yes, please. I'm not saying you're wrong. Just give us the data. What can we look at? What do you have? Do you have census data?
Yeah, you can go to the census and you can see it right now.
Give it to us. Yeah, give it to us. Which census should we look at?
You can any census from 1960s, 1970s, and you can see
which census. Which one should we look at?
The data, the national census,
yes,
where everyone
which
puts
year?
down.
Which year do you want me to look at for 95%?
You can go all the way through to the 60s and compare.
No, you're not listening what I'm saying. I'm saying which years do you want?
All right, let's go for.
You want the 1960 census? Hello? Hello? Hey, give us 1 second, brother. We'll come to you. 1 second.
I'm just asking you right now. That figure is not true.
I didn't hear you. Hold on a second. We couldn't hear you. You went out again. What'd you say, sis?
Yeah, I was saying the figure for right now. Can you confirm to everyone in here that that is not true? That it's this high?
No, I said in 1960.
No, and I'm okay. I'm about to give you the date, but I want you to answer from right now today if that is not the figure, because it's out there and it's 100% fact.
It's definitely not. In the 1960s, 95% of black children in America were not born to two-parent households. Absolutely not. I don't even think whites were that high in the 1960s.
And what's the figure
today?
today?
I'm almost done. That's a different argument. We can come to that in a second. But I'm trying to go to the 1960s. The only figure that was that high was probably Eskimos. And that's because there's only 10 Eskimos. And so they all live together. So could you do it again? Could you tell us where I can get the information from?
Yeah, census.
Okay. How does the census tell us if the parents are married or not? What question was it on the census?
It asks them if they're married, if they're in a single household, how many children they got.
1960 census questions. I got you. So you're saying on the census, it said that 90. Okay, so again, do you have the data?
The data is right there. You can find it on JSTOR if you like.
I'm looking at it. I don't see that high. No. You have to give it to us. I'm not going to do this. I'll ask you one more time. I've Googled it. I can't find it. I have better data. I have better than JSTOR. Nothing's coming up of 95%. Can you please tell us again where you're getting the 95%?
I just said it's from JSTOR. I don't know if they block the records for you.
No, JSTOR
out here, it doesn't get blocked.
Man, JSTOR is not. JSTOR is just a clearinghouse. It's where articles are uploaded to. So what's the title of the article I should look at? I know. It sucks. You just can't get away with saying bullshit. JSTOR is not
go to the I just said go to the U.S. Census data,
I got you.
okay, and you will
I'm
see.
looking at
I mean,
U.S. Census data. I'm looking at it. 1960.
the lowest
US
figure I
Census.
think they had was about 81, 82.
You said
So
95. All right, I
I
got
said
it
the
right here. I got it right.
the lowest
Look, I have it
figure.
right here. I have it
The
right here.
lowest figure was
Right here.
83%.
I have it right here. 61% of black adults in the U.S. married. I have 61. Oh shit, I went to grad school with this girl. Oh, that's crazy. Anyway, I'm seeing 61%.
And what's the percentage today?
32. Damn.
Yeah, I saw a
So, let me just finish, and then y'all can go on. Y'all can say what you want to say.
No, I hear you.
I don't. 1 second. You said it was 95. It was
Not every
95.
year. Not every year.
Ma'am, the census taken every year in America.
I know. That's what I said. It's not like I'm not saying consistently like it was the same all the way through.
It was never 95%. It was never not. Let me just finish. I agree that if you're a traditionalist, you think you're married, it is too low. I agree with that. But that does not mean that blacks were having higher outcomes in 1960. So let me ask you a question. Let's say it was 61%, 75%. Were more blacks above the poverty line in 1960 or below the poverty line compared to now? Were more children living in poverty in 1960 as a percentage of the population or now? MC?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna be honest with you on that.
I know you're not. All right, you guys got it.
I mean, we would say conflating the current marriage rate with fatherlessness makes zero sense because, you know, cohabitation is on the rise for all racial groups in all countries. So, like, that fatherless number that people conflate with the marriage rate is highly inaccurate. I want to say that, and I'll look for this stat, I want to say it's above 75 to close to 80% that the fathers are full-time or part-time, with the child.
What does the marriage rate tell us?
Check
Let's go back to
that chat I just said.
What does the marriage rate tell us about black outcomes when marriage rates are higher? What is it?
That's a formidable question.
Strong economic, I think you're trying to allude to stronger economics and stronger community. I think.
So why did that not happen in the 1950s?
It did per se. If you look at that stat I just put in chat.
That it's not about economics.
Well, do you believe? I think this has been a very simple question to the world. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to respond. If the answer is connotated to economics, I am going to say, because I put it in the chat when you asked were they above or below the poverty line, and I said I'm going to say below the poverty line because of the finances. And I'm going to add this in, and I know you probably want to break it down. I'm going to say because of the mistreatment with racism, the job opportunity, they weren't there like that at that time. Not saying that they weren't, but as far as being accepted, being prominent in the workforce in the sense of being able to back and forth. What do you say?
No, yeah, finish what you're saying, Mike. We'll come to you in a second.
Okay. So I'm gonna say because of that, the equal pay opportunities wasn't there like they were as time went on. So I'm gonna leave it right there because I know I'm sure you want to have something to say. And I want to make sure that I respond. Someone else can.
It's a crazy, he'll pick up Donald Trump and that's all.
Thank you, like, appreciate it. Good idea, bro. Alright, that's not on topic. Okay, cool. So if marriage is the panacea and it didn't work out before because of certain issues, I guess now all black people got married. Everything. That's fine. I understand. I was fascinated about the 95%.
think she might have got her percentages wrong, but I think her subject matter. It wasn't so much the messenger; it was more so the message. And yeah, her percentage probably wasn't politically correct.
That's fair.
It's just like when I said 500 a month. He was like, it was less than that. Yeah, I'm just picking a number for conversation. You know, sometimes
but that number matters. That number matters because I'm still trying to understand how a man allows a woman to kick him out of the home. He is the head. Let me finish. You have no, you talk about women and feminists and their emotional, all that. You have no discipline or self-control. None at all. I didn't even finish the sentence. I'm trying to understand how a man allows a woman to kick him out of the home in order to get less money than what he's bringing in. That's one.
Okay, stop there. Like you do me, stop there. Stop there.
I am, good.
Well, first of all, when a woman decides it's time for you to go, she has all the power. She can accuse you of something, take the job. That's why the divorce rate.
50s. I'm talking about the 50s. The father of the home rule was in the 50s.
Did you see how much money? Did you see how much money was being made in 19? Like I said, my grandparents stayed married. It wasn't about infidelity.
How much money for whom? For black people?
No. What I'm saying is, don't you agree? Two parents bring home more money than one parent. So what you're asking is,
1950s?
Yeah. Don't you want two parents in the home in the 1960s?
Oh no.
My grandmother was like 70-some years
I
old.
want two parents in the home now. What I'm saying,
I do too. I think they should have parents stay, not separate.
What I'm saying. I see why you didn't get a woman. This is sad.
What? I like your that's smooth though. Okay.
Yeah, I know it was smooth. Let me finish.
Yeah, but that both.
The two parents and all, I'm talking about that. What I'm saying is that why would a woman want a man kicked out who was bringing more money in? And how did she go about kicking him out in the 1950s? You think black women had legal power in the 1950s? Like, what's going on?
What you're saying is when there were two parents in the house, I'm saying the women just kicked the men out, and that was a downfall of kicking the men out. Is that the question you're asking me?
Yes, because the argument is that the Democrats put in a welfare rule and got they kicked the fathers out of the house.
So you don't believe that? You don't believe that part? No, you gotta stop right there.
It's not that I don't believe it. It's not that I don't believe it. I've never seen any evidence for that. I have seen, young black girls. I've seen some documentaries. Like, I don't want them in the house. I get the welfare. I don't want them in. Most likely stranglers. There's obviously cases of that. But to the point that explains black fatherlessness, I've never seen that any sociologist or economist say that. So I'm trying to understand the logic behind people who believe it. So if I'm a man, let's use your numbers, and I make $500 a month, and welfare is giving me $275 a month, the woman, why would she kick the man out, one, who made $500 a month, and two, how does a woman in 1950 kick a man out of a house he pays for? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I see where Ben is coming from, because back in those days, and this is connotated what you're saying, Ben. Up until 1974, women could be refused to be able to get a home or a car solely in their name. So they needed a man or a husband to be a co-signer. Yeah. So fiscally, it wouldn't make sense for them to kick the man out of the house, knowing that if certain things needed to be done, they couldn't do it without a man's presence, so to speak. And that, I think it was called the
But he still, why would a man leave? Or what makes it? I just put something in the chat. Look at it.
You're not listening. Oh my God. Ron is trying to. Hold on. I feel like somebody's trying to get there. women not have the rights that men do in the period. So the kinds of things that people are saying women have done or did they could not have done. That's my point. Now I'll read what you put in the chat. In particular, certain wealth for single parents. However, research emphasizes that broader factors. Stop. Okay. So then I'll ask you another question. Yeah, you stopped it off. And he said how it says complex, in particular, certain law of reverse single parent. We agree with that. Do you know when the single parent ruled unconstitutional?
No, I'm not gonna Google it.
Do you know the movie?
No, I don't know. But I'll tell you it is.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's not okay. 1968. No. Stop. I heard you. 1968. The epidemic of black fatherlessness starts after it was ruled unconstitutional. I think it's Alabama v. King, if I recall correctly. I've been in these black fathers in the home rule things. So welfare, father in the home rule was long gone before fathers. Furthermore, the hyper lack of fathers, as you all call it.
Let's get back to let's get
Right.
I'm speaking from a personal experience. Father, these person took their driver hard to get us a private business. Still, they were arrested. Like, you see these people get free now after 4. Man, you see what's happening in Detroit? Okay, but you see what's happening.
We're not talking about child support. Stop talking. We're talking about how the father.
They manipulate the system for the women to win. What don't you understand?
So how about this? This is very easy. Get your woman in check. Here's the other thing that I love about black men like you. Get your woman in check. If you had your woman in check, she wouldn't take welfare. So
you just seen a woman. You just seen a woman with Stephon Diggs.
You gotta let me speak.
I'm just saying, you see what women manipulate the system on?
Guys, come on, bro. You gotta let me speak. We're talking about regular dudes.
Yeah, and they're making 30,000.
You gotta move down, bro. You gotta let me finish. You want to be a patriarch. You want to be a man. Get your woman in check. These women, grit, all of them on stage, sorry to use your grit. You know why they got the mouth running the way they are? Because they're not in check.
You know,
we're talking one more time, I'm gonna get you out. We're talking more when you keep
man, they do.
What's going on, bro? Hold on, brother. You were just talking about child support. We're not talking about child support. Stay on topic, and I'll be done here. If you are a man and your woman chose welfare over you, you know what that means? You ain't no real man. Like, let's have a real conversation, not this red news. $125 a month, $200, whatever, $5 a month. And the projects over you, he wasn't a man. So when I hear a bunch of conservatives who want to go back to traditional households and traditional family structures talk about, well, they took the father out of the home. A real father wouldn't allow anybody to take him out of his children's home. But y'all don't want to have that conversation.
And one nigga that killed 8 people.
Because the women
just killed 8.
I'm almost done. And because the women, I'm talking about the 1950s, not a dude that snaps jaw, bro. Because the women that y'all complain about as being out of order and talk too much and loud and all that, you know why they do it? Because bums like you can't get them in order. See, the men, they to have a real conversation among the men and stop blaming the Democrats, stop blaming men in the government, of these traditionalist men, and learn how to get them in check. Bring some order. You are 48 years old and you never been married and had no kids. You shouldn't be talking about black families at all. To my mind, you've let the race down.
That's very funny. I like I told you your intellectual insult. Oh, that's very cute. But by the way, it doesn't matter. Men don't have a waiting period. Women have a waiting period. They can't. It's very hard. Like Kevin Samuels said, women need to go ahead and get on that horse. But they've been listening to I Don't Want No Scrub, WAP. These girls, what is it? Pound Town, Get Down. Man, this shit is ridiculous. They're training our women to be independent and secure. Look, I can't.
Is male in here? You hear all of this talk about the waiting? Okay,
No,
remember
you
the other
want
problem?
to be the president. What?
So anyway, male, you hear all of this stuff that's being said? Yeah. What Ben said yesterday?
Kevin Samuels was right. Boy, that's right.
Yeah, excellent.
All right. Okay, let's get the mic around.
But I have a question. For
Go ahead,
hours.
Brooklyn.
But not this is why I make him talk somewhere.
Shit. I know, but it's the truth. It hurts on me.
I just want to point that so long. It's like it's a podcast.
I want to give myself a pat on the back because with all of this bullshit on, I've been on quiet. Yeah, I can't say nothing about me. I ain't do nothing wrong. I just want y'all to know that.
You have earned your RJ doctrine. I'll go to print one out and send it to you. Bro, see, I hate it. I'm not going to
Talk to him. Talk to the
talking to you, and then you're not responding to what's being said, and it's hard to have a conversation.
The problem is, the nigga 48, no kids, no woman, and has male roommate. You can't get through to a nigga like that.
Hold on, why'd you add that part with the roommate? I got 3 roommates, 2 roommates. I make money. I'm a rental. I've had relationships. I just didn't commit to them.
You're
My
talking
brother's
about
boy.
shit that you have no experience with.
What? With a relationship?
Yes.
I've had relationships.
Complaining about
Y'all women are too cool.
what you'll never have.
Well, let me say this. I believe in a man does a man what he needs to do. Women like to back talk.
Hey, nigga, what you mean women like to back talk?
Man, they just, they don't, this new the modern women, let's get out to 60.
No, ain't no such thing as no modern woman, nigga.
It is. What the fuck? I don't want no scrubs. They got wet ass pussy.
You weak, bro.
Talking about.
You weak.
You a simp. You voted for Tampa.
You're 50 and you don't have any legacy.
I do. My family
You're
is
50 years old.
See, that's judgmental, man.
You weak, bro. You weak as fuck.
You a
You gonna die with nobody carrying your fucking name. You gonna die with nigga.
You don't know what I'm gonna do, nigga.
You weak, bro. You failed us. You failed us, nigga. You failed us, nigga.
You failed yourself.
You let all the decades pass you. You said, fine. You can't. Nigga, you lost. You lost.
Yeah, that's whatever.
Your name gonna die with you.
I
Your name gonna die with you. It's not even worth your passion.
You want why you a boner? I bet you ain't got no girl, bet you beat your.
Yeah, I got a wife and kids. Fuck, nigga.
On
You 50 years old, you gonna die with your. Your name gonna die with you, bro.
Shit, man.
No woman can even find you.
I got a college in my backyard with a business, nigga. I make money.
Oh, you got a business, huh? Everybody.
Since 1880, come visit and get you some good food.
How does it feel with knowing that that you're a fairy and that your name gonna die with you.
I'm ready to keep to myself.
That ain't fair, no way.
To talk to this stage.
Y'all ain't.
People. Yeah, no,
Why is you talking to us?
Because I like talking to Tampa. Y'all, I bet you want Somali in there. Y'all like that fraud going.
I bet you can't stop.
I know Brit do.
I bet you can't stop talking.
I can't. You just remove me.
I'm trying to. Let me see. Yeah, I know me either. So niggas talking. But you got bitch.
Hey, Wayne.
I can't even work with. My phone is overheating from all this hot breath.
But he actually did that same thing. Could you imagine a nigga like that having the kid?
Can you imagine having to listen to him in your house, in your bed, in your shower? Good Lord.
So y'all don't want me to talk to him, but y'all want to talk about him.
No,
Make
we're
that make
done.
fucking
We're
sense.
done. No, nothing makes sense in this room, sir. Okay? It's over. So it's okay.
So y'all always saying to keep men accountable. Then when we talking about we trying to hold men accountable, you want to shut. All right.
You understand?
What you saying?
All right, so let's Spinoza.
Oh, fuck that shit, bro. We're gonna move on and let's not hold niggas accountable. Let's talk about some other dumb shit.
Oh damn.
But one mic.
No, Spinoza, have you been in the room for the last 2 hours?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, so Spinoza, he's been talking for 2 hours straight. What? Go ahead. What is the fucking point? He's been talking for 2 hours.
Well, first of all,
straight.
you know, well, needs to calm down.
That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Just calm down.
I'm not excited.
Okay, but you have to let me. I understand that, so let me speak. He came up on Spinoza came up on the stage to hold him accountable. That's why he came up on the stage. That's why I did not. I'm still not finished.
Okay, I'm asking what
I wasn't done. And that's why every other woman did not go off their mic. Let them two have it out, and finally let these men have this conversation and let Spinoza catch him up. That's the point. How about that? It's simple as that.
Okay, Spinoza, go ahead. Bring him up. Go ahead. Let's see how long this lasts. Go ahead.
Nah, you got it. No, go ahead.
Shut up.
Get
No,
that.
I ain't got.
I've been butt broken too, so I'm just shut the fuck up. That's what.
I mean, the Lord did say, "Be fruitful and multiply." I did my job.
Yeah, but ain't never too late for me. But women got, hey, that hole will never close. But you can run out of string. But I'm good. Didn't that actor make a baby at 78? My daddy didn't have me till he was 50, so I'm good. Hey, look, hey, with the women, with the
50-year-old sperm that was defective.
it's all good. Some women freeze their eggs like Kendrick.
Why are you worried about what women do? Why are you worried about women?
Boy, y'all love muting some real shit.
Why are you worried about what women do?
Man, I could tell one of y'all niggas voted for Tampa.
Oh, I definitely voted for Harris. Yeah, I can tell you.
Nobody. And they're giving in Chattanooga, Tennessee, they're letting they let transgender read the kids. Just like the girl said about Bull. It's sad, man. Y'all act like Trump is the worst. But for 8 years, 12 years, we had Democrats. Shut the fuck up.
So the movie Trump signed his transgender bill. So what's next? Are you satisfied? What's
Trump?
Yeah, he signed the bill.
Nah, with a rainbow Obama.
I'm saying, but he signed a bill in your favor against the transgenders. So what's next?
That's the problem. You said
against.
against.
Bill, so what's next?
No. See, I don't like the way you implied that against the transgender. Look,
That's what you did.
No, but listen to me.
If you signed a bill preventing the 10 transgender athletes from competing in sports, okay, so what's next?
That is great. That I mean, are you cool?
So what's
I
so
look,
what's next?
okay. What's next is I need the Democratic Congress or whatever they call woman is. They cannot. That judge, the Supreme Judge.
What's next for Marquez? You got your bill about the trash, so what do y'all want next?
Oh, he want me to start working for ourselves and start getting back into things. I can't say one is right and the other one is wrong. But when you get in the concept of female and male, that is a problem. That's a great start. Just like the one lady said, he's bringing Christianity back. We've been a Christian nation trust, and we trust on our money. All I'm saying is, I know they're mugged on the phone. I'm not disrespecting any religion or anything. All I'm saying is, in America, we are the land of the free. You have a right to the First Amendment. You have a right to be Democrat, Republican. But it seems like when people bring up a Republican Party, they get tarnished. It's just like you said with the, I don't know who said it, but it was with the COVID. Oh, you can't go in unless you got discriminated. I got discriminated against because I told them I didn't have my card. I didn't get the shot. Oh, you're making it the world sick. I'm like, y'all are falling for fear. And God, the only person I fear is God himself. But nobody understands that kind of telepathy or that type of renaissance dealing with.
Alright.
The movie, are you trained?
Thank you. Your mama.
Hey, the movie.
Man, it was just a word. It was just a word for the conversation, young lady. I know you're educated, dumbass wouldn't understand. You probably went to some high level.
What? I just asked if you were trained.
I think you gotta have.
What's going on with your voice?
My shit is the exit only.
What I could put in your throat.
I know gay women think they mean until they get hit in the mouth.
I will put that.
Yeah, shit, you acting like.
I will beat that. I'm not a man.
See that?
But let me tell you what I would do. I would beat the fuck. That's what I would do.
This shit is absurd.
You already
This
sound
woman
like
is
that.
challenging me.
You sound like you are on somebody.
Masculine woman.
And
You're
drinking
very
drink.
masculine.
That's what you sound
I'm sure
like.
you're single because I know your husband ain't getting no.
Roommates,
Samuel's not gonna like that. You know you gotta.
Who cares about Kevin Samuels, his gay ass? That's why y'all niggas follow on him. You is a punk ass nigga.
Damn, but y'all follow Barack Obama. They got Michael with him. And then y'all follow the women. Okay.
Biden, you not talking about Dementia Trump?
Ain't got nothing bad. Hey, look,
You not
anybody
talking
trying
about
to kill,
Trump?
that means you're doing something right. They didn't try to kill Joe Biden. That nigga's already dead. And nobody gave a fuck about side chick Kawap.
Can I ask the movie a question?
No. Stop.
I don't know who you are, so no white man's gonna tell me no.
No.
That's gonna be a fake fiction.
No, dog. Yeah,
Oh,
dog.
that
That's
was
the thing.
small. Okay.
No, dog. No, Aaron is black.
First of all, respect it.
I can identify how
I respect it. I respect it if it's a black man.
Nah.
If it's a black man, I respect it though.
See, DLC, the way this man was talking about tampons in the bathroom, I'm wondering if he used a tampon. It's crazy. Yeah. He not plugging his booty.
That's what they call him, tampon Tim. Y'all voted for him. You live in Minnesota.
The movie
I
has a
bet you
pussy.
live in Minnesota. With them, you Somalian. You got
You got a pussy, nigga. You walking around here with a stinking pussy, with a yeast infection. I
so nasty. Your tampon, you nasty, helpful.
Shut the fuck up with your yeast infection pussy. Shut the fuck up. I smell it. Close your leg.
I seen that, like, I got a younger brother now, man, he had to fight tooth and nail for his kid. It's just because he didn't want the girl no more. Y'all women be playing them roles.
Imagine being on an app.
Saying. That mean your daddy probably weak as hell, your granddaddy weak as hell, your great granddaddy weak as hell. Y'all just a bunch of soft ass niggas that can't handle y'all women.
Damn, I got a, hey, my great granddaddy made a business that's black owned, that's been in business 1880.
You can't even pass your business on to nobody. Some white man gonna come take your shit when you die. Could you work?
How?
You can't fuck nigga.
I ain't selling nothing. No, you absolutely right. In due time, I'm not in a rush. I'm American. I'm not in a rush.
Nigga, you finna die. What you talking about? You ain't been in a
like life is short anyway.
Your sperm already got autism in it. Fuck it.
Man, I know. That mother thing is gentrification going on.
When I'm taking my time, it's crazy.
I do want to
I know
say,
I'm gonna need to freeze the eggs. I know you ain't got no time to waste. You probably got 3 baby daddies.
I do want to say so that we keep getting told that Kevin Samuels will be upset, and I'm still confused at how a nigga who is worm food is going to have any opinions or feelings on anything when he's no longer with us. Kevin is sitting over there being fertilizer. Look at him fighting for the fertilizer. He is so upset about the fertilizer. Your savior, we're so sorry, your Lord and Savior is fertilizer.
Probably making up a little boy mom. Probably raising a little simp up. Little sweet ass.
You not raising
That's
shit
how y'all
fucking
single moms.
because you can't get no one.
Yeah, but I'm so pedo. My nephews love me. See, and it's gonna be a black Republican woman that wins, and y'all mad. Y'all don't like Republicans. Just say it. If a black Republican, look what Obama did in Virginia. He took off for the white woman. Y'all don't say that.
Hey, how you
man, you ain't black.
You never
You
found the
supposed to buy
light, bro.
I know y'all supposed to buy it. You better have
Hey,
hot sauce.
how you get to 50 and you believe in God and you fear God and you ain't never found a wife? You couldn't even keep the first commandment, bro.
What's the first?
The first commandment, nigga. You the first one, nigga?
Yeah. Well, tell me what the first one is. It say you got to get married. You don't know the first commandment.
Yeah, I don't know shit about the Bible, man. Just don't back me up, please.
Look like you lonely on this Uber chat.
I'm lonely. You
48,
with no
48 now. 48, man.
You honestly need to go hang yourself.
Y'all gonna miss
Why delay, man? Just go get the fucking rope and jump off that bitch.
Agreed.
I can't. I got a college in my backyard. Nobody has that but me. Nah, them girls, these ladies on here. Yeah, I like them young, boy. All boys' school, college out here. Damn, I bite my fingernails. I can tell your character stinks. Hey, your character stinks. See, I can get correction for my facial stuff, but your character, you need Jesus. Oh, my bad. Oh, you Muslim. Physicality. Physicality, I can correct you. Wait, you can't correct your character. Your character's dirty. Along with them. Y'all little Tim Waltz and that shit character, y'all need to straighten out, man. Damn, man. Y'all got problems.
All right. let's move on, bro. The movie, you done? You got anything else you want to get out?
No, sir. Go to the next subject.
All right, y'all got it. My section is over.
Would y'all like to talk about sport? That no quarterback has ever won the Super Bowl without two parents. Y'all know that? No quarterback has ever won a Super Bowl without having two parents around.
How many?
We can change the subject.
How many wide receivers won without?
I said
I
quarterback.
asked you a different question.
Oh, I don't know. No idea. You know the deer with no eyes? I have no idea.
I mean, but what correlation?
Meaning
quarterback
more.
having two parents.
Yeah, meaning like Dion said, I want a quarterback that got two parents. That D line, he can have a single parent. Deion Sanders, you have a father in your life, your son or daughter is finna take off. Look at the tennis guy. He brought up two young ladies, and they calling them dudes, but he sacrificed them the best they could be.
What was your question, Aaron?
No, I'm saying with the question in like.
Aaron.
Oh, I don't know.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so my question is, do you all have a issue with conservatism as a let's not like polarize it with current affiliations, but just like black conservatives in general, or like what's the actual response?
Yeah, I think political conservatism. You mean generally or modern political conservatism?
Generally, I'm saying generally.
Okay. Yeah, I think conservatism politically, as political ideology, has only worked against the material, cultural, social, and legal uplift and progression of black people in America.
Okay, so through the lens of like a black liberation lens, you have an issue with black conservatism.
I think from a citizenship lens, black conservatism is dedicated and has dedicated.
Question of Van, real quick. When you say that, how do you feel about when we talk about the past that a lot of blacks were Republicans? Like I said, the Hiram Revels at my school, that was the first president, and things like that. When you look at the early days, was it after Reconstruction? Maybe I'm not being politically incorrect, but that's my question to you.
I have no answer. They went away from it, and so Democrats switched because Democrats. I mean, black people switched because Democrats gained more civil rights. I don't know. Aaron, did you have something else that you wanted to say? Are you a conservative? Somebody put California as a shithole under Democrats' control. Yeah, it's the fourth largest economy in the world. It's where computer tech and innovation goes. It's the main grower of crops in America. Like I said, it was zone economy before, but it's a shithole. But not Oklahoma or Alabama or Mississippi. You're right. All of California is a shithole. You're right. Thank you. That's such a great point. The world's fourth largest economy is a shithole. This is well put. Let's do Oklahoma, Alabama, West.
And don't forget to add Chicago in that, because when they did the Democratic convention, and they
What
let
about Chicago?
all the immigrants.
Cities. So part of what happens is because y'all don't travel, you only know about what you see on TV. That's a very small part of Chicago.
Yes, no, sir. I was just saying for that Democratic convention when they had borders and they would let people in.
So,
They were immigrants free house and they.
Okay, so what Trump stopped me.
I think it's one of the. I know. My bad. I think black employment has went down. We had more jobs.
And women are unemployment.
The unemployment rate has went down since Trump.
No. In fact, it almost got 80% at first under Trump 2.0. You didn't know that? That black unemployment under Trump? unemployment numbers. Aaron, did you have anything else? Anything else?
Myself here in like 10, 15 years.
Would you be against civil rights?
No, 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 no. See, that's the thing. Like, I think I'm thinking more so like ideologically saying that, not like in practice. I think that oftentimes is like my hang up. I do think that much of like I'm wary of moving boundary stones too much, right? So I think people who are I guess I'd like be moderate left, but I am very wary of like too much movement when it comes to many topics, and then also just I think ideally I would want limited government like intervention in certain things. The reality is, as a black man, I can't it comes into conflict, but I don't know. I feel like until there's like the ability to have just like neutral conversation within the community about those ideologies and which ones actually assist in uh, forward progression as a community. Um, I don't know. I do think that even though I don't, the movie, he was saying some wild things. I do think that we have seen the overreach of government influence within the community that has led to negative
Give me an
outcomes.
example.
Um, yeah, I would actually utilize. I find there could be a few examples. I do think. I think welfare to a certain extent.
Okay.
Not from the perspective.
Well, let's stop there. What party did the bad welfare thing you didn't like? Because Republicans voted for welfare too.
No. So I mean, see, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not looking at political party, right? Like if I'm removing political party from, I think I have issues with both sides, right? So if I remove political party, I can just look at the institution in and of itself and say, hey, I think that this is problematic.
All right, what's wrong with welfare? What's wrong with welfare?
I think the way that it was drawn up and created has made people very reliant on it.
Also, it just changed radically in 1996. Are you familiar with welfare?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so why are we talking about?
I'm very familiar.
Okay, so then why are we talking about how it was originally created? That system doesn't exist anymore.
Well, I would still say under the current system as well.
Right. So what's wrong with the
current
system? That's what I'm asking.
It doesn't necessarily.
Give us specifics. You're rambling. What's wrong with the current welfare system? Is what I'm asking.
I think that there are many individuals who are very reliant, and there aren't enough measures to ensure that people aren't taking advantage of the system. But I think that that's like minimal to where I would say if I were looking at government spending, which would be on things like war, I'd be more like concerned about.
But what part of the wellness? Because you said it was ruining the community. So
I didn't say ruin.
Or it had a detrimental effect on the community.
Yeah. I'm saying negative impact.
I understand. So what was the negative impact that TANF? Just break down TANF, temporary assistance in need families. Give us some of the negative impacts.
Made you very dependent on the system.
The movie. 1 second.
My bad. And you were right about earlier too about the unemployment.
I know. Go ahead.
Well, I sort of recognize.
This ain't about you.
Give us the negative impacts of welfare on the community. Aaron, just break it down, bro. Aaron, are you there? What was the negative? You're on mute, brother Aaron. We can't hear you. Give us some negative impacts.
Nah, I'm actually good. I know when to disengage from a conversation.
Yes, I know you do. When you have to back up your claims, that's exactly when they disengage. I don't blame you. If I also didn't know what I was talking about, I would also disengage. I know people really hate talking to me on that app because That's wow. You make a claim, and I ask you for an example, and you say you don't want to back out. It's incredible. So you're flirting with conservative as a black man, and the conservatives just got rid of the Voting Rights Act. But you want to
Now you're talking about a party.
No, that's
I'm talking about an ideology, not a party.
Can I finish? About an ideology, because modern conservatism was born out of backlash to things like the Voting Rights Act. I'm actually talking about ideology. Since you're flirting with conservatism, do you know which philosophy and who the major founders and articulators of that philosophy are? Do you know who William F. Buckley is? You know who William F. Buckley is? Aaron, do you know who William F. Buckley is? Aaron, do you know who earned, and earned? Do you know who William F. Buckley is? But you flirting with conservatism. Get your Google on. When I tell you that black men are being propagandized to believe that you have to be conservative to be a real man because there are no mentors or fathers to tell them otherwise, that's what we're seeing. These people think that you are a conservative if you are a man and not a homo or a woman or a feminist if you vote for tampon Tim and liberals. It is pure propaganda. Earned and earned doesn't know anything about conservative ideology. Now he'll conflate traditionalism with political concerns. Black people always go to church. That's what he'll say. He doesn't know anything. But he's flirting with the ideology that was born out of backlash to equal black Negro rights in America. It's incredible stuff. I hope y'all do well. I got mine. I've invited up Rico, who loves to speak in the chat. I want him to come up and tell us how FBA men are independent. And then we'll look at the job numbers of FBA men that came out last Thursday. We'll do you three, and come on up, brother Rico, since you are so well educated on the topic.
Say something bad real quick.
Do you think, bro?
I don't know if it was you per se, I wasn't paying attention to the circle. Like, the propaganda, when you said propaganda, are you familiar with the 2012, 2013 propaganda that Obama redid and allowed them to propagate American citizens? And this is no slight on you.
You are so stupid.
Yeah, I see it.
Really wish you just shut up.
Yeah, I see it.
Well, I wasn't talking to you. First of all, I was speaking with Ban if he saw my text message I sent on the chat. So, about the propaganda. When I heard the word propaganda, it is very broad.
You're not even saying the word nor using it right. Just shut the fuck up.
With a name like Oakland, you need to close your eyes and disappear.
But you can't read Brooklyn, RJ Doctrine. Yeah. There's only but so much of this shit I can take, though. I'm really
Yeah.
Well, do what you do best like a woman. Swallow it. Just don't bite it.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I forgot that freedom of speech that Luke did for us and Afro Man.
Yes, I see it. I see the amendment to the Smith move. Yeah, I see it.
Yes, sir. That's all I was asking. What's your opinion on that thing?
It was an amendment to an old law. It didn't do anything substantive. I don't find anything particular bad about it. What do you find bad about it? Besides Obama did it. What do you think he's married to a man? Besides that, what was that?
Well, when you're able to spit propaganda to the American citizens, I'll go to one deeper. And I don't know if you are conspiracy theories like I am. I'm kind of conspiracy. Like when the Challenger, I was in fifth grade when the Challenger blew up, and they had a guy go back on the internet and said all them people still alive. You know, you can Google all that, and it's just kind of weird that we believe everything we just hear in media and social media. Because if you go back to before 2012, there was no Instagram. You just had to go do your own internet or go to the library, research. Like, I don't think Brooklyn knows what a Dewey Decimal System is, or cursive writing. And that's my slight on her. I'm saying it. I want it to be offensive. And
Not to move, you didn't your whole.
I went out.
Cause now she gonna go off.
Hey, go on, man. I hold my breath while she speaks. She don't run it.
I hate this nigga so bad. And you know what? I chose this Barbie because this is the perfect representation of who I am. Done and all. I don't know why niggas like this even bother with me because I'm not hers.
You sound very tough, like a masculine woman.
As I should.
I know we're the only culture that teach independence to a woman. Be strong, be black, fuck that nigga. We don't want no scrubs. We don't want no scrubs, but you got that WAP, that wet ass.
You don't think that they teach that to women in Europe, independence? Are you been to Europe before?
Okay.
Have you been to Europe before?
Yes, I have. I've been to Pompeii.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the other one? Not Greece. What's the one in Italy where they had the casino? Damn, the expensive ass place. This casino costs like $30,000 a night. Monte Carlo, Pompeii. We stayed 2 nights in Spain, in Barcelona. We went to Pompeii, Monte Carlo. That's when I seen a Bugatti for the first time. And let me tell you, hey, Ban, if I make 10 more seconds. I went to a place that's like the Holy Land for Catholics. I was brought up Catholic, but I don't believe in it as much as now that I got older. But it's the same place like what they do when they kiss that wall in Jerusalem or wherever they go. No, I went to Lourdes, France.
Oh, Lourdes, okay.
Lourdes, and that water there, it is really the real deal.
Okay. Were the women independent in Europe or not?
No, actually, every woman was so thrown at you. And you know what else I learned about Europe? I woke up at 2 p.m. And when I turned on the Weather Channel, it was a naked girl on there with her titties out. And I asked the guy down the butler downstairs, I said, sir, they be doing nudity like that? Look, you're not in America. And we don't look at sex the same way. You know how they talk or whatever.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I got stamps on my passport.
All right. The point is that European women, they actually have lower rates in most countries of marriage, and they're less traditional than Americans are. But go ahead, bro.
No, I'm not gonna Google it or chat and try to dispute what you're saying. I can agree. I just know, in my community, right here in small little Mississippi, these black women are getting rid of these niggas, getting divorced. And when, I only can go back to my guy Kevin Samuels, because I like what he said. When a white girl, like these Russians that came to Alcorn State, the five of them got married, and 3 of their black friends, they just looking for marriage. I was just saying, they don't mind working with a guy till he builds up. A woman, when you look on that Pop Balloon show, it's like, what is your income? I need a bag. It's just the way we're brought up culturally.
The movie. How old are you and what part of Mississippi? He's 48 with 3 male roommates.
No. Well, I just moved one of them out. I'm 48 and I live at Alcorn, Mississippi, where it's right next to Alcorn State, where Steve McNair, Medgar Evers went to. It's just an HBCU school.
I'm familiar. What do you do for a living?
I run a business. My family has a business, and I'm a renter. Like, I rent out trailers and houses. And that's why I have time to play on this app, because I had nothing else to do, because I was paying a psychiatrist like $400 or whatever. And then my nephew said, get on this app, this Uber app, and give me $50. And I give him $50 because this is great therapy.
Excellent. Do you want to give me $400?
Well, that's what I was paying for a therapist, but this room, I would rather give Ban $50 or $100 because he keeps controlling this room.
So then we should send Ben some money for Ben's labor, because Ben, you've really stretched everyone's capacity.
I wouldn't give a fuck. It looked like you a gold digger.
Who's the gold digger? Because you don't have any gold to dig. Remind you he was soliciting.
Was she waiting on a response from a nigga?
No, not at all.
Then you don't have to respond. You don't have to respond at all.
Hi, Pixie. Hey, love.
Well, I wasn't. But Ban, back to you, my brother. You had made up some good point of views, and I'm not here to argue by no means. I think two people can have an intellectual conversation and have different point of views without argument. My question is, it goes back to the no man at home taking, and that goes for everybody who don't pay child. Well, Mississippi, I think they just abolished it. They would take your driver's license because you was late on child support. So when you go to jail, you're backed up on child support. And I'm not saying every man went out their way to pay child support, but the ones who were, they got their license.
Why do you know so much about this and you've never had children?
I got 6 brothers, wench. Can I ask Ban a question?
Seriously, do niggas just getting pussy and you not?
Oh my God, I got a colleague. Do I have to tell you that I got head last night? I don't have no commitment to no woman. I'm a player, I'm a pimp or whatever. I'm not a simp woman.
Wait.
Shit, go back to New York where y'all finna get my diamond shit. Brooklyn or whatever your fucking name is.
You can't read. You don't see the beauty.
I'm dyslexic, so now they make fun of dyslexic people.
Wait, Kate, before you continue, I just had a good question. So you said you got referred here from a relative or a friend because you didn't want to pay your therapist. So just to clarify, you're in the room for therapy and not intellectual discourse. I just want us all to be very clear. That's what you said, so I just want to make sure I heard you right. Are you there?
Oh yes, sir. I'm here, man. Don't take everything that serious, bro. You take it to pinpoint. Look,
no, I mean, I just like to go by what the people say, you know. So if you didn't mean it, you're welcome to take it back.
Hey, Just Jamal, how you been, baby?
You know, I've been doing all right.
You know, I will say this. I'm so grateful that, in this new iteration of, policy, that, we can now say offensive words, because the movie Baby, you have been a gutter snipe on this stage, like flat out retarded.
Retard.
Hey, Bam, when you get a chance, check the chat about the Ash experiment. That's what they talking about.
Mama, I blame you for not being on this stage.
I'm ashamed that some people are not educated enough to know what the Ash experiment is.
I think I was a bit taken back that you didn't know how to enunciate Brooklyn.
That's my dyslexia. I didn't want to. I do that shit to be funny. Oogling. Like, you look oogling.
Literally.
My people from the Bronx, though. I have nothing but West Indies in my blood green, and that's why they all on the East Coast.
Hey, the move, can I crash? The movie, can I get?
I'm a crash.
Don't crash, don't
Crash out. Shit, bump your head, make you get a knot on that motherfucker.
Hey, the movie, can I just have a little quick conversation with you? Because I understand where you attempting to come from, but I think, Dan, if you're still here and can hear, I think what Ben is getting at is if you're going to rebut or attempt to debunk or even disagree, don't do it with narratives that are not proven. Don't do it with narratives that are not factual. Don't do it with narratives that are not connotative to the talking point at hand. Because I see where you're coming from, but it's not really hitting home because it's not coming from the point where you can research it, look it up, say, go down a line and say boom, 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 and connotation to the points that Dan is making. If you disagree and you don't have any factual data and to back it up, then in my opinion, respectfully, I would stand on the position of, listen, this is just where I'm at, this is how I feel. And then Ben is still going to examine you to say, well, okay, well, where did these fellas come from? What information did you receive for you to feel that way? So you have to be able to bring something to the table when you're debating like that so that respectfully it doesn't turn into all of this. And I think that's what Dan and some of the people are coming from. And if I'm wrong, y'all, just correct.
No, sir, I respect what you said, and I don't think it's me and Pam. I think it was more the other young lady, but when I speak, I'm speaking from things I saw, but then I have to back up and go to whatever YouTube to find this article. I don't have time for that. I'm just speaking as an open mic, just to give our opinion. Like Van got frustrated earlier. That's probably why he's not responding now. He's like, I'm tired of just back and forth on it. Make your point, and if you disagree with it, it's fine. I have no problem with you disagreeing with. We don't have to agree to disagree. First of all, I don't believe in that shit. Either it's the truth or it's not. One of the water is wet. Now, if you feel like Waltz and Dan would have been a better president, in your opinion, okay. I'm just saying, for me, I'm glad it didn't happen. But I gotta get persecuted, and I know. I'm that. You like them white boys over there. You don't want the Democratic Party. And so I'm like, man, what the fuck they gotta do? It's just my fucking opinion on it. I don't give a fuck. If Tim Walz or whatever was the president right now, I couldn't do shit about it.
He wasn't running for president. You keep saying that.
But I'm just saying the vice president. Tim, I think both of them are funny.
So what would you rather have? What would you rather have? The possibility of tampons in a school bathroom or the Iran war?
Now that's a great question. Let me say this. I like what Trump did because he said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of him. And you know what Kamala said and Biden said? Oh, just don't. We've been talking about the Iran war from Barack, all the presidents. Iran has always been a threat to us. We just finally found the president with some balls.
Stay right there.
See, there you go with that again. Stay right there. I will. As a respect of the room.
Yeah, what was the threat Iran posed to the U.S.?
They've been a world threat over everything. See, I really think we should have went in Iran before we went to Iraq. Iran with their regime, and a lot of people don't understand this also. You have forget my terminology, Saudi kings and shit, they're not on the list of Forbes. So yeah, Iran has been a global nuclear problem since they've always been nuclear threat. And not only nuclear threat, they kept some hostages during Biden's administration.
Do they have nuclear?
Oh no, we bombed the shit out of them.
No, before they bombed them, did they have a nuclear?
Oh, they were building it. And I tell you to compare this to, I did my comparison to this band, and I know you might think it's off subject. It's just like, what threat did Libya bring to us when Hillary Clinton, we came, we saw, we killed that nigga. What did he do?
Yeah, I thought that
He
was
was
wrong
great.
too.
You know what? Thank you.
I want to go back. I want to go back. More gas prices. The gas prices spike and energy prices and food mess up because of the Libya bombing. Just wondering.
Well, he did a lot of, was he doing that Obama area? Nobody cared because he was a black president, but a lot of shit was fucked
I'm
up.
asking you, did it stop global traffic of oil?
Oh, no, I know what you're asking. No, I got you.
All right, cool.
I know where you're going with this,
So
but
you
go
think
ahead.
that Iran was a threat? So how were they going to hit the U.S.? Break that down.
We sit on the island. It wasn't so much hit us. It's you ever seen like they have sales and they were threat to not democracy, because we're not democracy. We're a republic. I pledge allegiance to the republic. With democracy and republic? Oh. What do you guys on Iran's?
What's the difference between a republic and a democracy?
A democracy wants majority wins. A republic is more for the people.
What's the difference?
A democracy is going to take, if it's 51%, oh, they win.
Do we have that in our elections?
Well, what we have is just like the electoral vote.
We have that in our elections. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Okay, so
But the populist vote don't win the election. But the populists don't win.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. Do we have that in our elections or not?
You talking about a democracy?
Yeah, do we have 50% plus one? Do people win elections like that?
I think that's how they want it, but that's not how it's gonna go.
So when you vote for senator, how are senators elected? Break it down.
Was that the primary vote? That's not one of my strong like. What is that? Like right now,
In the
we got
general
the vote
election
coming
in November,
up.
when we vote for senators, who's declared the winner?
I see what you're going with. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, it's the ones who do the majority.
You live in Alabama.
Yeah, you're right on that. And I get specific to the presidency. I know where you're going with that. You're right. You're right.
Does the president get a majority of any vote?
Yeah, they can win it. I mean, you can win
No,
the
they
popular
get a
vote.
majority of any vote. Let me ask you a question. If they get a majority of the electoral college, they win.
Oh yeah, but see, electoral college and popular votes are two different things.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking you that. Do they get a majority of the electoral college vote? Do they win?
Hold on. Someone like they won in the state of Mississippi, yeah, he get those 6 seats or that electoral college, yes.
And then how do you get electoral votes?
That's a good question.
Break it down.
That always baffled me. They can get the majority of the popular, but yet somehow they still win. Like my small state of Mississippi. That's a great question. I'm not a political science major. That's a great question.
You're a citizen. You don't have to be a political science major to know how the president.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is when Trump won Mississippi, evidently some voters voted more for him to get our little 6 little votes. But they showed where Koala, whatever her name is, won the popular vote. And I got another question real quick. How did Biden get 80 million votes to win?
Stop. She didn't win the popular vote.
Oh, she did? Oh, yeah, she did lose the popular vote, too. And you know what I was thinking about? Al Gore, that old regime. Al Gore won the popular vote, but Bush ended up winning.
Yeah, same with Hillary Clinton. All right, now you want to know how Biden got 80 million votes?
Yeah, that's the most out of every presidency ever.
Right, 81 million. Why do you think? What was going on in 2020?
Now, in my humble opinion, a lot of dead people were voting.
What else was going on in 2020?
Only thing I know is the coronavirus. That's what everybody was scared
in
of.
a lot of states, were you allowed to use mail-in votes?
Yes, they encouraged.
So people encourage mail-in votes, and we're in the middle of a pandemic and people are dying. Do you think it's possible that more people will be engaged to vote? Is that possible?
No.
Why? Break it down.
Because the people that were voting, they're either sick, thinking about it, like, I'm not even gonna go on an anecdotal experience.
So if I'm sick and I'm dying, I'm sick with coronavirus. Can't go to the polls, right? But can I?
No. I'm talking about sick in the hospital. Like they said 200,000 people died in Arizona and shit. No, they're not voting. And then they also found that there was a lot of dead people voting.
Who found that?
I can Google that again. That's something I would have to. Okay.
And then how do you know who they voted for?
Well, to have 81 million people, 20 more million people vote for Biden than any election ever. That is true.
Stop. Trump got 77 million in that election.
No, he didn't.
Stop.
No, sir.
Yes, hold on a second. Now, I was rocking with you. 2020.
I'm gonna do the same research.
Stop. Just stop. Trump got. Oh, sorry. I said he got 74. He got 7 million more. He got 74 million. In 2016, Hillary got 65 million. In 2024, Koala got 75 million. Trump got 77. That makes sense. He got extra 4 million votes. People was voting mail-in. Let's Koala. You thought Biden was 81 and the next closest was 61? That's why y'all got to talk to other people, not just yourself and your drinks and your drugs. You be fooling yourself for no reason, bro. This is insane. It makes total sense that in COVID, with all that mail-in voting, it was like mail-in voting everywhere. People were like, yeah, I'll mail it in, they wouldn't otherwise vote. And people were pissed at Trump. They wanted to get him in the binary. It's talking about bleach, and it's going to go away and bend the curve, and everybody was losing jobs. Yeah, they got 81 million. Are you done, Dome? The movie? Did you look it up yet? Was I lying or was the movie? Now you quiet. The movie. What's going on, brother? Ellison, how you doing, brother or sister? Did you want to participate in the conversation?
By the way, man, you were right. He got 70-something votes this year.
Yeah, 79 last year. Kamala got 77 and change. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ellison, somebody else that you want to make go. Brent Jones, isn't
It's still that 81 million was crazy.
it? It wasn't crazy. It was, they have mail-in in states. California, Pennsylvania. It wasn't crazy at all. And it was COVID. People were mad. They didn't Trump did a bad job in 20 COVID. He kept telling people it would go away. He was saying the summer would go away. Remember, he got COVID. This is one of the things I don't understand why the Democrats didn't remind people of 2024. Do you all remember us watching the President of the United States, Donald Trump, being airlifted from the South Lawn, walking?
No. You gotta remember, we're talking about 21 to 25.
We thought his days were numbered.
Ban. We gotta go 21 and 24.
Let me finish my point. It doesn't matter. Go ahead. What are you gonna say, Demonic? Sorry, the movie.
No worries. I want you to finish what I was saying.
You already cut me off.
It wasn't cutting off. It was just pause. You were saying 23 and 20. I'm saying between 21 and 25, when it was the Biden era, what was so great about what we're doing? And then before Trump, you had 8 years of Obama. What was so great about those, 12 and 4, 16 years?
Crazy. Well, first of all, you do know that just because one party has the presidency, they don't have Congress, right?
Yes. Oh, man, if you can go to my other room I had, if they didn't understand.
I can't do it anymore. I'm done.
And that's why they were saying the Republicans are stopping this and stopping that. They control certain parts of it. Trump only got so many powers. They're mad at Trump because he's taking that sensitivity away. Just because you're in your feelings Who gives a fuck about your feelings? We had, and our AG was a transgender that told us, and I will bring up that clip. And well, whatever, yes, but what sister, well, whatever that sister lady, I will bring up the clip. No, you stop. I will bring up the clip. I will go get that clip. Whatever that lady name was, or one man. No. The blacks are by climate change. I'm finna find it. Come on, bro. The attorney general. I'm gonna put it in the app. Come on, man. Why you I don't understand why you disrespect me. I'm the only person allowed to speak. Everybody else would have kicked you out. I got Brooklyn to stop cussing at you. Why you disrespect me? You don't have no friends? You just come to a nigga that reads and is that what it is? Like, what you doing? What's going on? We never had a trans attorney general. Y'all just be saying stuff.
I mean, I'm mad at Trump because he made a clusterfuck of disarray and there's no way out. I guess if he's gerrymandering, also disagreeing with a large number of African Americans in the South to hold up the power by any means possible. So we each see faults in politicians in our own ways. Like
excuse me 1 second. Ban, can you look at that?
I know who Rachel Levine was. She was in the health department. She was an undersecretary. She had nothing to do with attorney general.
Well, I mean, like, again, I was politically incorrect. I was politically incorrect.
It's completely different things.
Okay.
It's completely different things.
Okay, I apologize because I got it mixed up. Now, my question is, after you see what I put in there, she said climate change affects black folks. How do you feel about that? Because she made a whole thing during the month of February, Black History Month.
I agree with it. The effects of climate change on black communities, especially coastal black communities in like states where you live, in the low country in Carolina, in the Carolinas and Georgia, it's had a devastating effect, mostly on poor, rural black people. I totally agree with that.
So let me ask you this. What is your definition of climate change that affects black folks in Mississippi? Or like you said, in rural poor areas?
Whatever the definition it is. Okay. Whatever she said.
Oh, that's very broad. Oh.
No, it's not broad. I said whatever it's not broad. I said whatever she said it was, I agree. Today, who thinks it's also bull.
So we from Africa and we worried about heat and climate change?
No, it's not the heat. It's not on your body. It's the effect on the ecosystem. So for example, you know about shrimping?
A little bit. I'm not from New Orleans. No.
Did you follow shrimp season the last couple of years?
Nah, I never paid attention to Bubba and all that.
You want to know why? It's important?
It's hard to, most Muslims don't eat.
See how I'm talking over me? It's so fascinating. It's just so fascinating. You don't actually want to talk to me. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to say whatever you want, then I'll be done.
No, sir. I want you to continue because you don't like to be challenged.
To be challenged when I'm done speaking. So I'm going to let you go.
You start talking about shrimping. I said climate change. Are you believing like Al Gore? You believe the climate? You believe the iceberg's gonna melt and flood Florida? They've been saying that. See, I grew up in an era where there was acid rain, and I got like a minute left. There was acid rain, and then in 2000 they said the computers are gonna change. I mean, we've been fucked up with propaganda all right, and I think, and this is my opinion, you along with the other them, like especially Brit, y'all really think we went to space? Like, bro, the only place you can float in is underwater. And I'ma land on that, cause all this shit is buffoonery.
But Demani, I'm sorry. I pronounced your name incorrectly.
You said that we think we didn't go to space, and you... Did you hear it?
I heard that we didn't. Yes, I heard
we sent 5 gay women to float around for 10 seconds. Yeah, right. And we sent 5 more astronauts up there.
But I guess Hurricane Katrina didn't
ocean.
That's a
And
hurricane.
you know, Hurricane Katrina, I lived through Hurricane Katrina, so yes, it existed. But that doesn't mean it wasn't created somehow, because in Dubai, y'all probably don't know this, was it 2 years? I know that band to know this. In Dubai, they had cloud seeding and flew by. And I know from 20 to 24, you didn't complain about Joe Biden. You like that old man in office, and you glad Delta, what is she, AK? You glad? I bet you pledged in college. I can tell you like the Divine Nine in charge. I can tell Christopher College, but you supposed to be.
I did not pledge in college.
Just lie and say you did, Sherry. Why are you telling people your business? Why you don't do that?
I don't know. I mean, because I didn't, but okay.
Sound like an AK.
Well, you know what? If you want to believe that, then that's up to you. Yeah. I'm AKA.
Y'all have good faith combos with dingbats and gummies, haven't that?
Yes, I mean, yes. Yes.
Well, I had to pop another
You
deal.
know what?
I love y'all intellectual insults, but when it come back to you, hey, he's stupid, he's drunk. Y'all are good.
Nothing came back to me. You just said, you asked me about.
And he told me to have a cocktail.
You asked me about climate change, and then you said it was supposed to be from Africa. You're talking about the heat. I was talking about the effects on the ecosystem, and I just use shrimp as an example because black people there, they shrimp. It's part of their economy. It's part of the jobs, restaurants, shrimping, etc. And then Dule said I was making it up.
So does it exist concretely or no? Okay, if it exists concretely, then existence itself is
something, but you did it. But now you came back to it.
I know what you're saying, I guess. I'm a little dull.
Ishmaelian or different songs like that. And they're like, oh my god, it's it's so fast and so great, like so impressive. But I mean, the truth is that like a lot of these different songs are actually like musically very simplistic, and that's why I'm like the most amazing songs ever created are the most simplistic ones, and that's why piano is such a great instrument, because it seems very hard when you look at it, but it's actually not that hard at all. It's very very great. It's all about muscle memory. It really is. It all comes down.
So you're pretty decent, like like all the different modes.
Yeah, I know all the different types
of problems with men.
No.
Yes.
I said, how does climate change affect black folks?
I literally just explained.
Those are bottom feeders. There's a lot of black folks don't eat bottom feeders.
I know, but a lot of white people eat it, so black people sell it to them, and it's part of their economy. That's where they make their money.
Again.
This is one small.
What is climate change? Tell me the definition of climate change. The shrimp or the sun is too hot and the icebergs don't melt. What is the definition of climate change? You can't answer that question. What is the definition of climate change?
So
Al Gore?
the movie, we have a very important thing that we need to discuss. You need to listen, because he said it multiple times. I heard it multiple times. But you can't listen and talk at the same time. So we get in a space where you need knowledge, you seek knowledge, but then you refuse it.
You don't want my
Because you're not
knowledge.
fully
You didn't
listening.
come here for education. You just came here to speak your propaganda. This is a learning.
And you know what? I just think he wants to interrupt me.
Yeah, that's what they all do. It's frustrating at a point. It's like I like talking because I like the information. We have a good convo. But he's just being rude, no reason.
You just rude.
It's not cool.
We gotta return to the echo
Hey,
chamber.
it's fine. Can I say something real quick? I have never heard anybody else ever have every single fucking strong regurgitating, talking. No, I feel my life. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the room. Thank you. I'm just trying to my mind is blown by this shit. This is so scary. Hasn't reproduced. That's all I came to say. Go ahead, Dan. Take a breath. Go back to it.
I don't have anything to say.
I think it's just crazy that he really doesn't think climate change exists and his state is impacted by just when it gets hit by the most. Like that's strange. I don't know. And I lived in Mississippi, so I just don't understand.
Ain't no reason that with what's his name either. Man, what's that boy's name? He a nigga. Do they is a Southern Caribbean member child. Ain't no reason that with him either.
Khatib, Derek, did y'all want to speak or y'all just trolls?
Nah, man, I came up on stage to see what y'all talking about. So I see the title.
We're talking about black conservatism. We're talking about Stephen A. Smith's comments on the Can Newton podcast, and we're trying to understand the appeal of black conservatives, especially in the contemporary period, political conservatives, not social conservatives. Any thoughts?
Nah, I ain't got no thoughts. I'm not, a big fan of Stephen A. Smith, but when I used to listen to him, see what he said, but yeah, man, I ain't pepped up. That was over a decade ago. But shit, you fill me in, man. What'd he say? He obviously is still popular. People talk about him, so he said
I would
something.
like to make a submission. Okay.
Go ahead.
Now you can explain to him what he said. I don't think he's gonna understand it, but
He said that all black people
try.
for one election should vote Republican, so that both sides feel like they need to earn their vote. It's like a hour. It's like a minute, 30 seconds.
So Stephen A. Smith says all black folks should vote Republicans for what?
One election, so that both sides realize they can't take their vote for granted or not have to work for it and that kind of thing.
I mean, I get his logic, but I don't.
What's the logic? Break it down.
Okay, brother, slow down.
I'm very slow. I said, what's the logic?
I understand. I heard what you said, and I will. But
so what do you need me to slow down?
Okay, what you're doing right now, me saying I understand his logic, but I don't agree, and that's when you kind of started to talk off me. But I will explain it. I don't explain it back because I'm a black man, and
break down the logic first.
Okay, the logic of it is, okay, so somebody is doing something, anything, any exercise, and they're getting a result that they are not happy with. Let's think. Continuing that same action, what is that most likely to produce? Exactly.
Well, in politics, do you want to answer or is it rhetorical?
Well, you tell me.
Well, in politics, it could produce the status quo, which could be worse than change. So, for example, the vast majority of black people agree with affirmative action. And so by not having Democrats in office and voting for Republicans, you lose affirmative action. The vast majority of black people want an expansion of the child tax credit. By not having Democrats child tax credit. The vast majority of black people believe in the expansion of Medicaid under Obamacare. With Republicans in office, you don't get that. Democrats did that. Another thing, the Voting Rights Act. The vast majority of black people agree with the Voting Rights Act as is. And with Republicans in office, we lost it. So that's what you get. 4 things. I could probably give you 400. My queen.
I didn't hear a question, but if you just want my opinion and me.
No, I didn't have a question. I was answering your question, so I want you to continue the logic.
Oh,
I was asking.
wait. Yeah, what I said, the last thing I said was a statement, bro. And it kind of implied the question because it's an obvious disagreement. I can only assume I have no idea where you stand politically, but it sounds like the right, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, you quite literally asked me a question. You said, what do you expect to get by doing the same thing over and over again? That was the question. And I said, is it a rhetorical question, or should I answer it? You said, go ahead and answer it. What's going on?
Yeah, it was a facetious question.
Then why'd you tell me to answer it?
Huh? Well, because I wanted you to answer it, which you did. Come on, man. Why are we doing this shit on
You're an idiot. Another dummy.
I would like to chime in so it doesn't get nasty.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hey, this is Annette Davis Jackson, okay? And I've been a Republican for over 45 years, okay? Ran for U.S. Senate in Georgia. I'm gonna answer the question. I do believe what Stephen H. Smith is, that he is doing the right thing. I do believe the blacks should vote Republicans because we were Republicans from the start.
Why did we switch?
Hold on one second. The Democratic Party was the party of the Jim Crow South, okay? And that's why Abraham Lincoln had to write the Emancipation Proclamation. But also, he wrote it because
the Emancipation Proclamation was in the Jim Crow South. What?
Because he wanted to free the South, okay, and free the slaves.
Why did he want to free us? So why did he not free the slaves in the Union?
He did.
Not in the Emancipation Proclamation, he did.
Well, look.
You brought it up, lady.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes. Not now. But I did. And even see, sometimes
you Lincoln free the slaves in the Union states?
Well, because he had a target. He had a target. And I can't answer that question.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you.
I can't answer that question, but here's what I'll tell you. I just knew that Lincoln couldn't go to the courts because his friends, would have shot it down. So I'm happy in Stephen Smith because most black Americans
couldn't go to the courts because of what?
No, because if he would have took the Emancipation Proclamation and put a lawsuit in, it would have got struck down.
What do you mean a lawsuit? It was an executive order. What are you talking about?
I understand if he would have done it another way, sir.
How would it have gotten struck down? It was about the Confederacy. They had seceded from the Union.
I understand, but most people.
One second. What court would have shot down an executive order about the seceded Confederacy? I can't even follow you at this point.
No, I'm talking about before the executive order. Before the executive order, he had a chance to see, hey, come on, can we do this together? And he realized that he couldn't do it with anybody else but him.
What is it?
He couldn't pass the Emancipation Proclamation.
But why would he pass it before the war? He was only in office for a month before the war started.
Yeah, well.
So what could he have done? And in fact, when he started the war, he said he wouldn't free any slave if it would free the Union. That's called his first inaugural address. You're a black Republican. You don't know about Lincoln's first inaugural?
Yes, and I think what he did was fantastic, and also Lincoln.
Well, what did he do? That was fantastic.
What he did was fantastic.
Which part?
Is that he's a writer. He was a writer.
I agree. He is a very good writer. That part.
Okay. All right. He's a writer,
And number two, I'm glad because part of his heritage is black.
Okay, what does that have to do with black people voting?
That's why he wrote it. That's why he wrote it.
What does that have to do? That's not why he wrote it. What's the point? So black people should.
Okay, no. So we're back to Stephen A. Smith. I do believe that.
All right.
Hey,
So
hold
black
on.
people should be. 1 second, man. I'm trying to follow you. Black people should be Republicans because Abraham Lincoln was a Republican.
Because we have to turn back to the original position of the republic.
All right, let's stop there. Let's stop right there. So why did our ancestors, your parents, my grandparents, your great-grandparents, my great-grandparents, why did they stop voting for Republicans? What happened?
Oh, because of Martin Luther Kennedy and Martin Luther King.
No, it was earlier than that.
Well, I'm just saying, you asked me a question.
So why did they stop?
You can have your own answer. But I'm just saying.
I want to know your answer. Here, I'll give you the numbers. Why did more than 70% of black people vote for FDR in 1932? That's well before King. In 1932, at that election, King was 3 years old. He was born January 15, 1929. So just tell me why black people voted for FDR at 70% in 1932. Let's start there.
Because of the societal programs.
Which programs? He hadn't put anything in.
I'm not gonna go into those programs.
This was his first year. This is first year.
Even in his first year, they knew that he was gonna put some programming together for Black America.
Like what?
And because Black America at that time was sustainable. Okay?
Like what? What programs was FDR gonna put in for Black America?
The SNAP benefits and all the other benefits
SNAP benefits? You think that FDR put in SNAP benefits?
No. I'm not saying. I'm just saying the benefits, SNAP benefits. Okay, it wasn't called SNAP benefits, but I'm just saying. I don't know what it was called.
Okay. So black people voted for. I got you. So black people voted for FDR because they were going to get food stamps. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of the Lily White part of the Republican Party?
Of course.
Break it down for me.
It is what you said.
Yeah, break it down. What was the movement? Break it down.
I'm not going to break that down.
And explain how they helped to get Hoover elected in 28. Because that's the key to black people switching Democrat. Break it down.
No, you break it down. I'm not gonna do that.
You've been a Republican longer than I've been alive. Tell your party's history. I'm on the Democrat plantation.
No, I'm not gonna do that. We just believe in less government. Okay.
You believe in less government? Oh, cool. That's great. So if you believe in less government, why is Trump using the government against its citizens? So, for example, if you say things about Israel that the administration doesn't like, you can't get certain grants. That's more government. Is it not?
It could be less.
How could it be less?
Because they are not getting those federal dollars. And what we're seeing now with the federal dollars is that the federal dollars have been used. So
used for what?
Been misused. Oh, you haven't heard all the misuse, the fraud rates and abuse? That's been going on forever.
Well, I've heard of that.
Oh, come on.
No, I've heard, yes, criminals exist. 1 second, man. I agree with you. Criminals exist. But I want to go back to the black people. So you think black people believe in less government. So who protected black rights? Who protected black rights after the Civil War?
Well, there's a number of people. The ACLU.
Who was the main entity? Were there federal troops in the South?
There was federal troops in the South.
Okay. Who made sure that black people could vote and own property and were protected from the Klan to the degree they could be? Was it the federal government?
Yeah, well, it was the Constitution.
Okay. Who? Oh my God. Right. It was amended. Who amended the Constitution? The federal government? Cool. Let's go to the 60s. Do you believe in the Civil Rights Act? Do you think the Civil Rights Act of 1960?
Oh, it was good for a time.
So it was for a time. You think we should get rid of the Civil Rights Act of 1960?
No, I'm saying it was good for a time. Sometimes things have to be updated.
So you think updated? Right. I got it. So the 1964 Civil Rights Act says that you cannot discriminate against black people or white people or any people based on their color, creed, nationality, etc. in public accommodations, hotels, right, trains, etc. You believe that needs to be updated? You don't think we should have that law anymore?
No, I'm saying that you should, but it should be enforced, and if it's not enforced, then you should file a claim. It's a simple thing.
What should be the update?
That people are able to file claims if they've been discriminated.
We already have that. Republicans are changing that.
Okay,
Trump is now filing claims on behalf of white men. Do you think white men are systematically discriminated against in America?
Well, I mean, case by case. No, I'm saying case by case.
Okay. So what should the update be? We can already sue under Title VII and other titles of the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
No, we understand that. But I'm saying if you're being discriminated, and I'll land here. If you're being discriminated against, okay, or there's an adverse action against you, you can file a claim. You don't have to go and sue. You file a claim and state what monetary benefit that you want. That's the easiest.
And Republicans make it harder and harder to do that. Do you know that this
Okay,
is
well,
Supreme Court justice?
I
mean, you got it out. Can I get mine out or no? You know what Michael?
Well,
What Michael? Okay. Michael, are you anti-affirmative action in that?
no. What? I'm not anti anything. I'm not anti.
So what policies of the Republican Party do you think will benefit black people the most?
I'm not going to answer that question because
you ran as a senatorial candidate. You're not going to answer that question?
No, I'm not going to answer that question. Okay, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not going to let you. Okay, I'm gonna land because I'm not going to let you back me into a corner. But I love the dialogue. Thank you.
I loved it too. I really appreciated it. I love to have the black conservatives come up and show the depth of their knowledge, the intricacies of their ideas, because you guys show it every day. It's a beautiful thing. The stage is open. Anybody can come up and tell us why you're a black conservative. We're doing a
can you ask? Oh, my bad. Can you re-ask that last question that you asked, Annette, please?
What policies does she think would benefit black people collectively as a Republican? What Republican policies? And she said she would not answer that because she didn't want to be backed into a corner.
Am I correct in thinking that she's herself a Republican?
She's been a Republican for 45 years and ran for U.S. Senate against Raphael Warnock as a Republican, but could not answer how the Republican Party platform will benefit black Americans.
Okay, I was just checking.
This is free.
Wait a minute. Let's not make a mockery of this sister who is a Republican.
Hey man, shut the hell up.
I too have been a Republican for years on end.
Okay.
And I know nothing about history. I know nothing.
All right,
and I'm proud to say I know nothing.
Oh my God!
What policies? Give us the policies that you think.
I know no policies.
Okay, you can go down there. It's a policy stage. We'll move you down. It's a policy stage. So since you know nothing, you can be with the know-nothings in the goo. Okay.
In all honesty, just to answer your question from a historical standpoint, FDR, he did a lot politically for African Americans, blacks in America.
Like what?
Okay, sure. So I knew you were going to ask that question. That's a great question. So a name that I will reference for a mind like yourself would be, what's the lady's name? Okay. Eleanor Roosevelt. Exactly. You know about it. So why you asking these questions?
No, but what did she do? What did she do?
Oh, okay. So this is one we listen. So Eleanor Roosevelt, while FDR was cautious not to anger Southern Democrats, Eleanor Roosevelt took public stance in support of
Politics, you said you had a question for me? Politics.
No, seriously, I love these conversations.
We're not asking for reviews. Just leave that in the Yelp. Just
Man, I can't fucking say
politics.
God damn, man.
It's a joke, brother. It's just a joke. It's all good, brother.
No worries.
It's
Yeah,
just a
social
joke,
media. Social media.
You're not making a joke about Bill, brother.
Okay.
It's just a joke, brother. It's all good. Calm down.
Exactly. This room is the joke.
I know. You read. We just heard you reading. And you know, hold on, politics.
No, we don't appreciate Harmon like that.
The biggest joke of the day was us listening to you read. So
Oh.
Thursday.
Oh,
Go ahead, politics. What's your
no,
question?
no, comment.
Okay, my question is,
Oh, you gotta be interesting.
Hold on, let the brothers
can you hear me?
Politics. Yeah, go ahead. Do you think?
You just made the
Okay,
joke.
so my question is, why you have first pen photo in your page?
He ain't got no backbone. He ain't got no backbone. I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Go ahead, politics.
Oh, sorry.
I was curious because my question is, you are advocating about black people or whatever it is your point, but you have in your page one of the most racist people, pen pals. So I don't understand why is that. What's the point? You put that and then you make the agreement.
Yeah. So I put the Pierce Morgan PTR up because when Russell Brand was on, I thought it was funny when he went to look for the Bible verse and then Pierce Morgan's face. That's all. I don't support anything Pierce Morgan says or does. That's all. It's just a look, brother. Would you like me to change it?
No, I'm curious because it doesn't make any sense because one thing what you are saying and then what you put it in your page. So I don't get it because if you are supporting the, the right of black people or minority people, whatever it is you call it, and it's controversial. I mean, from my point of view, I could be mistaken. I don't know.
Yeah, he is projecting. He wants, people to assume.
Wait a minute. Politics, you don't have a picture of. So why the fuck does it matter?
It doesn't matter because
you don't have a picture of.
Just, I just got back. It's okay. It's okay.
My opinion.
I feel like this is just.
If you put your picture, whatever it is, someone his legitimate put it, his whatever it is he believe, and then.
You're going out. I don't know if it's my phone or what, but you went out, bro.
I think politics got moved down. It's all right, y'all.
I think it's the connectivity. That's because what?
He just didn't understand that it's a meme picture. That's all it is. Politics. It's just a meme. It has no greater political meaning to ban. It's just a meme. It's okay.
Yeah, we like to project with these pictures. So people who are new to the online space, beware. Looks can be deceiving.
P. Ray, how you doing, brother? Did you want to speak to the topic? P. Ray, are you there, brother?
Who did they call out?
You're on stage. P. Ray is on stage and will speak to black conservatism. Go ahead, P. Ray. Do you think, brother?
Bro, you're on stage already. You just hit the microphone.
The microphone is that big black button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
B, if it's still messing up, you might have to leave that room or the app and come back in.
Yep, technical difficulties.
Usually, in the interim, GOP, type descriptive.
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. All right. Say something.
Ambassador, interject my 2 cents into the conversation. So speaking on the topic of black conservatism and black neoliberalism and all that stuff, I come from the side of libertarianism, so I don't really side with the Democratic or the Republican point of view on things. The two-party system for a long time has failed, all ethnic lines, so it doesn't really matter what, either you have to say on the political space in this country, because I think it's of my opinion that corporate donor money and Jewish PAC money have taken over, so it, you can go up to the polls and vote, but they don't have your best interest in line. I really wanted to come on here and speak about this, situation in Iran, because it's really just the precursor to World War III. And
well, that's a different topic. That's a different topic.
Okay, I was just wanting to say.
So why don't we? Do you mind if we go through your interest in libertarianism first?
Sure.
So, are you a black man?
I am.
Okay. And do you believe that tuitions should be able to discriminate who their customers are based off of those customers' race, creed, or color?
In a free market society, I don't think so, but according to my beliefs, yes.
Okay. Okay, cool. And you believe that, what about taxes? Do you think there should be any public taxes?
To an extent, I believe that the people should be allowed to have oversight as to where the taxes should be allocated.
Okay, so you do believe in some taxes that should oversight. And how would we, without elected representatives, how will we decide where those taxes and how they're meted out?
Well, it should be a system in place to where, if I do pay my taxes, it should go towards what I elect to pay my taxes towards.
That's what I'm asking. What would the system be?
Well, it should be an elective system. Like, hey, if you pay, file your taxes at the end of the year, you should say, okay, I want my income to go towards this, or this program.
So what if you decide you don't want to pay any taxes, so you don't pay any? Would those who pay more in taxes get more services? So say I decide to give $1,000 to a local police department, and you decide to give $100. Should I get 10 to 1 of the attention from the police department?
Well, no, obviously not, because it's a shared system.
Why not? I put in more money.
I just don't think that if I pay my taxes into the system, it's not being, treated fairly. So
what about $1 in it?
Well, the thing is, if your income is based off, your taxes are based off your income, then really you should be able to have a choice as to where you pay your taxes towards. I'm just saying you should have a system of options where.
What if nobody decides to put money in the military, then we should have no military?
Yes, we shouldn't have a military.
All right, cool. That's good. And then, would you be fine if the federal government repealed all the civil rights laws and go back to the system of, because that's federal government, and just let people decide in free market?
I'm sorry, repeat the question here.
Would you be fine if we repealed or got rid of federal laws protecting civil rights? Fair Housing Act, the Civil Rights Act of 57, Civil Rights Act of 64, the late NLRB acts, all the rights that we get as being citizens. Where'd he go?
I didn't touch him.
Wait, did he move down? Nope, he just left.
I found it profoundly true up and down the internet, clubhouse, various spots. Libertarians, conservatives, or service element because they don't have an established track record. That's what earlier on this same subject, I attempted to introduce the concept that why not have the GOP reduce a congressional black caucus for the Repubs. See, nobody really is going to entertain it. They don't want the black man on board only for his usage value only. And when they have completely exhausted that usage value, then they become completely disposable, regardless of the rank of that Republican or Libertarian or the ultra conservative. And then your guy here, Stephen Smith, Stephen A. Smith considers himself a fiscal conservative. But he's not going to speak directly to the issue of we the people, unless they trap their testicles in the sand of the desert, or if you get her by the itty bitty committee, and she said, "Oh, I don't want you to trap me." And then you bail the fuck out because they're not going to talk to the issue of we the people in order to preserve their position among the conservatives and the libertarians, and there are a few bureaucrats there as well. That is an established network that they would not break that bond. And if you find one speaking to the issue of the people, then that is an exception as opposed to the rules. And that's why they always clap their heels 3 times and say, my. I would not.
Always good to hear from you, Ambassador.
There lies the truth, as you know it to be. It will make you free. See, we do have to give the Democrat Party accreditation for having over the years a great representative in Barbara. How you doing that? Especially while somebody's speaking, it's very impolite. But as in a Barbara Joy, for instance, and then many others in modern politics, I still have to tip my hat, my kufi to Hakeem Jeffries, and his colleague is right there in Jersey. He's one of the most brilliant men in the whole congressional movement. But they don't give him accreditation. We'll talk on it next time. But that Jersey representative is a super brilliant black man. And he led the longest, as we know it, one of the longest, he's not from Philly, but one of the longest filibusters in the history. So, but he has to be a staunch intellectual and know his politics in order to carry it for that long. And as I said, and you could go down there and ask.
Okay, Uncle, stop, Uncle. You just going on.
I'm just making a point.
Okay, but you made your point several times. Stop. Just chill.
Well, I wanted to talk about Bernie Sanders.
Let's have a talk too, okay?
I did have a question because I see some of the conservatives ran out of the room. Did that one young person who said he was for a limited government, did y'all ever ask him what he meant by that limited government that he preferred as someone who was leaning, he said he was a moderate leftist, but was then at this point in the conversation flirting with conservatism. Did he ever explain that or not? Because I was very curious about that.
No, Brett, he bowed out when Ben asked him to kind of go in depth on his policy positions. And then he blamed me for baiting him into the conversation because I outed him for being black. I guess that was my fault.
You messed up his cover as a white man.
Trying to come in and troll. I wasn't in on the joke at the time. That's my apologies.
Well.
Nope, you don't have to speak to him. But Bert, what I'm recognizing, these people haven't really thought this thing through. It's just like what's going on now. Oh, oh, we just gonna do a thing, but we're not gonna think it through. We just gonna feel our way through once we get there. That's what this is. I think Sonny said it earlier in regards to the vibes. I was cooking today. I couldn't join the conversation. I was on highway, but that's vibe thing. Who's off mute?
Your uncle.
Uncle Ambassador, what's going on? Why are you misbehaving like this? What's happening? I'm gonna have to pull you to the side. Leave him alone, brother. I'm gonna have to take you to the side and have a conversation. So yeah, it's those feelings. Everything is based off of emotions. Sonny called somebody else out. She said, "Well, are you against this?" He said, "Well, I do have a problem with it." I said, "Well, God dang, it must be people worried about what goes on in other people's houses, but not paying attention to what's going on in their own." I heard the gentleman, say that somebody was a side piece. All this stuff. It's amazing to me. Thank you, TT. How negative and vulgar these people speak. But for some kind of way, they think they stand on this high moral ground because they have the word conservative or claiming conservative. But, throughout this conversation, Ben, I really want us to look at some of these people who claim to be conservative, like Stephen A. Smith. He's not married. Where's the conservativeness in that? What's going on? There's a lot of these, I don't know, maybe the values of conservativeness, maybe I don't understand it. Maybe there's a new rule, maybe there's a new way of being this. Is there something new to it? I don't get it. These people aren't conservative. Just because you don't like a thing and what somebody does in their house does not make you conservative at all. That's you being biased. That's you being a bigot. It does not equate to conservatism at all. Zero. These people claim to be Republican and all this. How much money do you have? I don't know. I
think that being gay or trans isn't conservative. Meanwhile, they got like Caitlyn Jenner. She's super conservative and she's trans. Like way more conservative than they are.
Well, that's the thing. Are they just claiming it, or are they?
What makes you so liberal? What makes you so liberal? What makes you so liberal?
Sir, I don't claim to be a part of anything, sir. You don't know me.
First lady in effort.
Wait a minute. Let me get Mr. DeMovie together, because I told you, you just want to be on the clip. You just want to be involved.
Fuck you in that clip. No, you talking crazy. You just
in
between.
Now it's F me?
You just in between. You just in between.
You just said F me.
Yeah, I did. Fuck you. Shit. Y'all Democrats.
That's very conservative. That's very conservative. That's very conservative of you, sir.
Yeah. These sensitive motherfucker.
But that's the thing. Now, if in fact I yell at you and then I come across and I start cussing at you, then you call me an angry black woman. Because I am sensitive and I am resting in my femininity, you still mad.
Oh, you resting in your femininity?
Again, there you go, sir. I haven't, sir.
Call me sir. Just like the movie.
I call you what I want to call you.
I know, but I identify as a white male. I identify as a white male.
Just like you don't respect me. I call you. You want to disrespect me?
I identify as the trans white male.
Sir, then I'm going to call you sir. I call you what I want to call. Just like you said.
Respect my pronouns.
No.
Respect my pronouns.
No, you give no respect, sir. So why should you get respect? You're sitting here calling me soft, but yet and still, again, they want this conservative, women in the household. So I'm supposed to submit to someone like you? Someone who's going to sit there and cuss me out and say F me? Because what? What did I say that disturbed your peace? I don't know who pisses in your cornflakes every morning. I don't know who's fucking you in your ass. But if you want to get raw, that's exactly, that's what I'm saying. Because that's what you want. That's what you want because you a gutter. You a gutter sniper. That's what you are. You are. That's what you are. So that's what you recognize. That is the kind of speech you recognize. You don't like when somebody's nice to you, sir. You can't take it. Because when I'm nice to you disrespect me. Whatever. You's a fucking bum.
I know it
That's
hurts
what
your
you are.
feelings.
You a dirty ass bum.
Yep.
That's what
Your character is dirty. Your soul dirty.
No.
You have a transgender teaching your kids how to be a man.
You're the dirty one.
And you like them feeding your kids that bullshit.
To stand on, and you don't.
Your political
You don't.
incorrect
You're
ass.
not clean, sir.
Your soul not clean. Your soul not clean. You didn't make it third lady.
Believe me, my soul is real clean.
Through it look like.
Believe me. Oh, you's a lot. You's a lot. Tell me where. You's a lot. See, that's what you do. You sit and you project because of what you've been through. This is now. I bet you, because I'm gonna talk about you while you're gone. Go ahead, take that phone call, because I'm gonna still talk about you gone. Because I'm gonna talk about your raggedy ass mother that raised your raggedy ass. That's what I'm going to do. Go ahead, take your call. Because I'm going to continue to keep on talking. Go ahead, take your call, man. Take your call, mother. Take your call. Your raggedy ass mother raising you like that. Sitting there trying to project off when people ran through. You talking about your mother. Your mother's a hoe. Because they just think you had any kind of respect for any kind of woman. You wouldn't just automatically assume that somebody's out there getting ran through. I don't go around screwing, sir. You don't know me. You sitting there calling me a liberal. I said I don't subscribe to anything. Then you say fuck me. So no, fuck you, bitch.
But First Lady, one of the things that I want to get back to what you were saying, and Ben put it in the chat, but these are the conservatives. These are the conservatives.
The wannabe conservatives.
I mean, at this point,
the cards playing.
But First Lady, to me, there comes a level where I'm not even gonna split I'm not even gonna split the hairs anymore. If you're claiming the thing, I'm gonna hold you to the thing, and then I'm going to hold everybody a part of the clique to that standard. I'm going to hold it to your lowest common denominator, because this is what you, for lack of a better term, this is what you are. To have someone who is unprincipled, who has no grasp of the issues, no grasp of any of the policy, it's just a measure of Black women are whores and are sluts and abort babies, and I have all this time to procreate as a failed heterosexual. What is there to conserve? There is nothing. There is no God in that. There is no Christ in that. There is no conservative in that. There is just grievance. There is just, I feel a particular way, and by saying I'm conservative.
Project for another 7 years. I didn't call.
I'm sure you're off of you.
Yeah, and just by saying I'm conservative, I have a get out of jail free card for everything I do and say after that. And yeah, it's a very sad life that these people are living. I don't.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that these people think they're standing on some moral high ground is insane to me. Insane.
Yes.
The people who actually sit on the high moral ground wouldn't even be seen with you.
Yes.
Like, you are repulsive to them.
Yes.
Like, are you serious? Like,
yes.
You're disgusting to them. They think you're the bottom of their shit.
Yes.
The gutter of all.
Yeah.
And the way you talk? Like, are you
Yes.
serious?
Yes.
Just disgusting.
So this is just the case for. So I'm going to defend one element of MAGA. I'm going to call it the Mad Cool MAGA, because people here know who he is, and he's one of our resident MAGAs. I'm going to defend that MAGA. That's a MAGA of political warfare. That's a MAGA of, we want these outcomes. This guy's here to get it. These guys are here to get it. These gals are here to get it. We do our thing. We
fight, whatever. Yes. They are honest in their deplorableness. I had to put my jokes. They're honest. There's this other piece of MAGA and conservatism today who, and I'm interested in the black ones, and this is going to sound a little mean, but I'm going to say it, who have not achieved anything intellectually, economically, socially, culturally. They think they are intellect, they hate academics like me, so-called. They think they could do what I do, so-called. They can't. They think they could do what Hurricane does, they can't. They think they could do what Patty does, they can't. And everything is personal. It's all personal. And the only thing they can do is project a lifestyle onto us that gives them the so-called moral. 48 years old. No children. No marriage. Getting his dick sucked by students up there. 30-something years old. Saying other people are gay. No marriage. No children. Saying other people don't have any children, don't have children. Talking about people's edges on their hair. If you're a liberal gutter snipe like us, cool. But don't come in and tell us you are these beacons of conservative traditional values and you eat honey packs to beat off. That's why there's a certain version of the MAGA, the Matt Cools of the world, people, they don't want the illegals in. They don't like black people. They're open about it. They're not at the White House fake praying with Paula Wright. The angels of Africa, angels of this, the angels of the... What is that? Donald Trump didn't even go to church on Easter. Huh? Hello? And so what they do, and I'm interested in the black people.
Hello?
Well, we gotta go back to the time when the black woman... So, and that's why y'all do whatever you want. But y'all should have let me and Mrs. Spinoza up to these men, because if you're worried about your woman and welfare, you're not a man if your woman chooses welfare over you. If your woman decides she's going to talk, if you're concerned about how black women talk, and that's what you see in your day-to-day life, you ain't got the women around you in check. You can call me a simp. Women in my life don't talk like that. They won't be around here. And I'm square. A bitch-ass nigga. You're not going to be in here talking like that. My mother's not going to be... There's men in here. We don't talk like that to each other. And vice versa. See, that's what's so odd about it. You can... Certainly, I'm not going to say the names, First Lady. I'll be done here. They don't like the modern woman. I guess I'm not around modern women. The women in my... You know what the women in my family going to be doing tomorrow? Anybody know that? Making sure all the wrinkles is out of the clothes for church. We're going to be a church. You know what they're going to do after church? Cook. Well, it's Mother's Day. Some of the dudes might cook. That's a different thing. That's what's going to happen. That's why the Kevin Samuels thing was so odd to me, that phenomenon. I'm going to be honest with you. You don't see a lot of women like that over the age of 25. What circles are people... 40-year-old men. I was listening to the not the bottle service, but the Jewish room was the other day. Y'all cut me off. I've gone on for a while. Y'all cut me off. They were sitting around talking about whether or not a woman cares about what a man is interested in on dates. When did the niggas become the bitch? Sorry to use the crass language, best with y'all. That's the language y'all understand. Drake said, niggas talk more than bitches these days. Some of us come on here and chat on here, that's true. But in the dating, you need a woman to understand what you're going believe that. Listen to how the women talk. Planned Parenthood. You know how you don't get women to go to Planned Parenthood? We keeping this baby. We're gonna raise this baby. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna work over this baby. You ain't gotta worry about your woman going to fucking Planned Parenthood. If you're there, worried about whether or not black women are going to Planned Parenthood, guess what? Plan your parenthood. Get your ass a job and pay for the rent. Save some money. It's really simple. It's really simple. Well, if you go to court, women get all the court. Oh my God. You got a woman taking you to court for $280 a month? You want a tax write-off for child support? I'm a patriarch. We need a patriarchy. And you need a tax write-off of $285? My child support is $500. Guess what? For those of us who take care of our children, my child support last year was $178,999. So I looked at the taxes. I had multiple tuitions. Well, actually, I don't have any kids, excuse me. But, what do you mean your child support? When that vein was going down your Johnson and was shooting out, there go your responsibility right there. When that vein popped out in your Johnson, that's your child. That's your child. 50-year-old man online complaining, and the movie he cited, and I'll end here. He cited Evan Samuels the way Harold Bloom used to cite William Shakespeare. I have not heard Anne's name in another mouth that much, except for one time I stumbled upon a gate form by accident. I said, oh my God, he's saying the man's name. There's a Johnson there. Let me get off here. Say Kevin Samuels' name 18. Like Kevin Samuels is St. Ambrose. Like Kevin Samuels is Pliny the Elder. Like Kevin Samuels is Karl Marx. Well, Kevin Samuels, you have grown men fighting a dead closeted homosexual. Oh, Godfather. Now, was Kevin Samuels' content funny? It certainly could be. When he had somebody that he played taps and it was hilarious. Why are people citing Kevin Samuels?
And he's the niggas that Kevin Samuels used to talk about. When Kevin Samuels used to actually get on niggas about how they need to be showing up in the market, he's the niggas he's talking about.
Well, this is what I'm saying by that. That's what I mean by people have to. Again, I hate to do it, but the racists, the xenophobes, the bigots, they don't see in the MAGA movement, conservative movement, they're not there for morals. They don't like trans people. It's that clear. Well, the Bible made God, and that's not why you don't like trans people. You just don't like trans people. Keep it a bean, a butt, real. But to me, it's so odd. I'm going to end it here, First Lady. And I'm happy to take any questions. I don't have to, but unless we have a back and forth, I'm ready to do it. But I can also mute up and sweat a lot. Why are people pretending to be patriarchs? Pater familias? I guess I got to go to the Latin now. That women need to submit. Why would a woman sit up under a man who's worried about welfare, taking you out of the home? Well, the Democrats took the father out of the home. What happened? A bunch of liberals got together, picked them up and moved them out of the home. Oh, you can't take that's my kids. Well, we don't get a fair shot in the court system. Easy. Don't get in the court system. Even better. Men have just a better shot of winning the child. What is your child taking the child? Go fight for custody. You take the child. And so you're right, First Lady. It's these people that have this fake moral thing, and here's why. I'm going to bring it home right now. They got nothing else going for them. It's total cap. Many of these people are former criminals, bums, blights on the community. They what happened. I don't know who's off mute. That's Brother Quinn. You need to be on mute, Brother Quinn. Otherwise, it'll be goodbye to the good. Give me that up, brother. Give me that on up. Quinn, you gotta mute up before I let you go. Can you get on mute there, Quinn? Anyway, that's what it is, First Lady. We hear it time and again. Late middle-aged dudes who terrorized the community, mad that they were at the Democrats who put them in prison or sided over their baby moms and want to go with Trump because it's going to give them a break on fucking child support. We're finally getting somewhere. They don't believe in conservative principles. They believe in get back because instead of doing what they were supposed to do when they was 20 and 30 years old, they was doing what they was doing. I'm done. Y'all got it. I'm telling you it's what it is. Nobody has come in here and I asked Miss Annette why people should vote Republican. She ran for Senate. She said, you're not going to back me into a corner. What? I'm done. No diggity.
So it is that's the policy there.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
But I do just want to say that I do find it very, very incredible that, to Ben's point, it does become very much and I don't mean for it to, if it does sound elitist or classist, my fault, bad. But it does very much after a while just become like you come into the room, you have nothing to show but grievance, and then you start engaging with particular people on the stage, especially with certain policy discussions or just even trying to tease out a particular question. And then when the conversation devolves, it then becomes personalized about how somebody doesn't know the things that they know. They're Googling. They're a bitch ass nigga. They're a bitch. Fuck you. You're a feminist. You think you're this. You think you're that. And it's very, I don't know if it's an insecurity. I don't know what it is, but it just is very interesting that when the emperor has no clothes and everybody's not acknowledging it, now all of a sudden we all have to get called out our names because
I do not understand this idea
you aren't well versed in what you have outside of your grievance.
And the Bama had nerve to ban my whole room.
Hold on, Ambassador. Hold on. Earlier, one of them guys had started talking earlier, and then I asked him about, whether he was satisfied with what was going on now. And the man said that, both parties, and we heard that with Speak, we heard that a couple of different times with the same type of niggas. It's like they got excuses for every bad decision that they've made in their lives. They're gonna blame it on somebody else. But they don't see their own fault in it. And it's sad. It's so sad. That boy, the movie or whatever his name is, he really displayed the education system of Mississippi. I've never really dealt with people from Mississippi, so I wouldn't know, what I'm saying, how it was for real. But that right there was a display of what they was talking about when they said they got the worst educational system. Ooh, that was bad. And I did good. Y'all gotta say I did good because it was a lot of triggers.
Go ahead, Elder. You want to say something?
No, I was just ad-libbing on the fact that Bama came in. I mean, they had a little energy coming in, but they identified as GOP types.
You're not the elder that you talk about, Ambassador. Not you, elder. It's an actual elder named Elder.
Elder Tara. Go ahead. You want to say something?
Excuse me. Well, I at least finish my sentence saying.
Oh, sure.
They didn't offer any real substance conversation. themselves, nor the party or conservatives in general. They just, I'm out here and no real substance in my mind.
100%. Go ahead, Elder. You want to say something about black conservatives? That's the topic. Elder, did you want to talk about black conservatives?
Yeah. No. I don't want to talk about black conservatives. I really don't. I want to talk about black people in general.
Okay. All right. So when we change the topic, we'll come to you.
Conservatives.
Okay, so that's the topic. So as soon as we change the topic, you'll be the first to go. Anybody else want to talk on the black conservatives? We can move to black people. All right, Elder. It's over.
I did hold a topic.
Hold still. Again, Miss Annette, she took off. She stayed here for a while.
Yeah.
I just want to go back. You know, I was nice. Oh, she came back. I was nice to Mr. The Movie several times.
Yep.
Several occasions he has disrespected me throughout this wonderful Saturday. Several times. And then, because I called him sir, I don't even know what triggered him. But he just said F you. What? Like, are you?
And he called you a wench too. He called you
a wench. Oh my goodness. I just don't know. Is it codeine that's in the cup? I'm not sure. But that type of energy does not represent the conservative. Again, maybe y'all don't understand my question. I'm asking to the people on stage. Did it change? Did something change? Do these people have a new script for it? Is there a new definition for it? Is there a new way? I just want to know, because then maybe I might switch over to being conservative. I don't know. I just want to know.
Hello? There is a dorky answer I could give, but it probably won't satisfy you.
Well, try me.
Okay. So, one of the problems with conservatism, political conservatism, especially after, I told you it's going to be dorky, so I apologize, especially after World War II, is that they were brought together mainly by things that they are against than things that they're for. This is actually...
Everything is projection. It's so funny.
In terms of solidifying what it is that they actually stand for. There are some policy things, some civil rights, but generally, it's a bunch of people cobbled together in a space in opposition to a thing and a set of things, as opposed to rallying around the thing or set of things. And so a lot of times what happens is when the conservative movement shows up, they're against the hippies, they're against the anti-war, they're against the civil rights people. Okay, they're against slavery, they're against this. Now they're against free trade. Anybody notice that? Like, it always changes. And so what you have now, and this is going to sound in the black conservative side,
will never accept reality. I show them the numbers, the charts, the whole truth right here on this remote. They just nod and keep talking about game shows. John, who are you arguing with now? The invisible...
They're against educated, well-spoken black people. I actually think that is true at this point. You are a particular kind of...
I'm going to draw the number 1 million.
It's not like being Boule or people
know. The number I draw is like...
Thank you so much for coming.
A lottery ticket, that's what my property tax goes up to just a bit.
Is not being like this. That's why the movie brought up D9 so many times. I've never heard somebody bring up D9. He didn't want Kamala Harris to be president because of D9. What do you think they was going to do? Go in there and have a party? So it always changes. It always changes. And so if whatever the dominant thing is, that's what they're against. So for black conservatives, they don't like well-spoken niggas. They don't. They say we went to college.
Well-spoken?
That was one of King Carter's best lines.
King Carter?
Very illuminating.
Illuminati?
The fact that while they were pencil fighting and playing paper football and making beats in the back of chemistry class and math class, I was doing that while also doing my homework. And then I get in a fight and say, well, I get better grades than X, Y, and Z, so suspend him. They didn't like that. That's what black conservatives are. They don't stand for anything. They only stand against things. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. You only get that really if you read a lot of conservative literature. Because just think about it. Republicans for decades were we need free trade. Donald Trump comes in, all of a sudden they believe in tariffs. Huh? Conservatives are running around are pro-tariffs? It don't make no sense. Pro-tariffs? What? All of a sudden, okay, cool. Here they are.
The conservatives I know wouldn't be talking about people's body parts and worrying about who's been running through them.
Not like that, especially not to a woman. But now they do, and the reason why the black male what really animates them is a distaste of educated black women who won't give an ass. There was a time when you were educated, so there's this whole thing about black women now have more education than black men. That's been that way since for 75 years. These stats that people run with are so dumb. Y'all gotta stop getting stuff on the internet. Just you did that earlier today with the people down in Georgia who was running around with the barbecue. That happened almost 20 years ago. It just got back in people's algorithms. I meant to tell you that earlier. That happened back in 2010, 2015. I meant to tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
Like the girl's already been in, she's been out of prison for 10 years. She went to prison for 3 years without change, but that's a discussion. But anyway, people are on this, I'm like,
Stargate wasn't just another alien movie. An Egyptology student sued for $100 million claiming the script was stolen from him.
That's what black men had jobs where they was making more money in plants.
Where'd you find it?
Farming, agriculture.
The ship changes its shape, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Ron, surrounded by his entourage, approaches them and displays. Stargate wasn't just another...
And the lady said, shit, I make $65,000, $70,000. My whole being in human resources. I gotta give you the pussy. I give you that square up there. You make $100,000. And that's part of the issue. And black women are also doing this thing. This is gonna be a little crass, so I apologize. Y'all got roses and shit. Y'all have now better ways to make who's a bum. I know this sounds like I'm saying, but I really believe that. I think sex is at the core of a lot of this stuff. I think that black women and
that's why all the 24 Tirthankaras, all the 24 great masters of Jainas are sons of kings. Not a single person comes from a poor family. What does it show? It shows pure materialism, nothing else. All the avataras of the Hindus are sons of kings. As if the whole country...
Watch this. Y'all rather hang out with your gay male friends and have a good time than be around those people. They hate it. That's why a lot of them don't like gay guys either. They don't like a lot of gay guys because y'all now openly are friends. Remember back in the day, our parents might have a gay friend at church or at work, and she didn't really talk about it at home, but she had a gay friend. Go out with your gay friends. They hate it. Why would a woman or would a man like the movie? The movie can make $150,000. He is so crass. You would imagine getting in his car. What would his car smell like? I can smell him through the phone. I said his finger dirty. Did you hear what he said?
Stargate wasn't just another...
I bite my nails. What grown man bites their...
Stargate wasn't just another alien. An Egyptology student sued...
Look like you been scratching a donkey's ass. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. That's the same.
I was just gonna double down on Van's point because if you, especially on the relationship side of the app, especially back in like let's say second season of this app, if those men got to talking, they will go on those rants about how the straight cishet women should not be getting any advice from gay men. They shouldn't be listening to gay men. They shouldn't be hanging with gay men. And unprovoked, out of nowhere, just bringing up gay men into the conversations. I think, damn, yeah. But to your point, who would want to hunch on a nigga who looks like he smells like hot dog water and Black and Miles?
And that's the irony. I think that's the irony. I think that ladies, now we're doing relationship a little bit, but I think so about that. I think men had to put more effort in how they looked back in the day. Had to look good, smell good. That was the thing. I think
It wasn't just another alien movie. An Egyptology student sued for $100 million claiming the script was stolen from him.
People now upgrade you now. Most instances, when you go look at your parents or your grandparents, well, some of y'all grandparents, my parents, for most of y'all, I mean your mothers, pictures from the 70s, flyer than the ladies were.
That's correct.
Now you guys are kind of like, I just want somebody that holds down the job and doesn't engage in domestic violence and can put a sentence together. But people like the movie, God bless them.
Those are high standards.
And what it does, and then what it does.
Wait, he said, listen to this. He said, he's my. I stopped again to wait for you to say the same thing again, bro.
No. See, you're one of those
God damn, bro. What?
Two of my exes played soccer.
What they play?
No, not literally. They played baseball. They played baseball. Like what position? I don't even know, to be honest. Don't know. Both of them coached kids.
I coached basketball when I was younger.
That's cute.
It was like all the boys at the mentioned.
Yeah, he one of them coached kids at a market and the other one was Catholic and he had a bunch of nephews that played soccer. He was their coach on their team.
I'm kind of freaking out right now, Olivia. I'm kind of freaking out.
Why?
Because my right knee is hurting and I don't ever feel joint pain. And I'm like, why is my knee actually hurting? Like maybe I should.
40.
So much.
Like you just started feeling it just now? Or you've been feeling it?
No, as I've been walking, like now, like as I'm walking to the gym, and I'm like kind of freaking out. I was like when I was like laying down.
You need to stretch.
I'm just afraid that it's my stuff progressing.
Yeah. That's why I was like, you should skip the gym. That's literally why I said that.
Yeah.
Literally.
You have to take it slow. Are you mimicking me? Are you mocking me?
I love how like Simon is like, aren't you 40? Like, is your girlfriend's knees like fucked up? Isn't she like older than me?
Yes.
Why is her knees fucked up?
I mean, it's not her knees, it's her back.
How old are you, Simon?
31.
And your girlfriend is 40, what?
She's 50.
She's 50. And how long have you guys been together?
6 years.
Wow. How did you guys meet?
6 years and
At the park.
5 days.
You guys met at the park?
Yeah.
Like, did you walk up to her? What happened?
Who listens to Simon? I listen to Simon.
Mashallah.
So, did you like walk up to her? How did this happen?
Yeah. I mean, she was just like looking at me. And I just approached her.
And this is in France?
No.
This is in Canada.
Simon, tell her about all the girls in Cincinnati that were staring at you.
Fucking retards. And I've never been spoken to by women in my entire life. Like, I literally had women telling me they wanted to rape me in fucking Cincinnati.
Like
Stargate.
a good kind of rape or the bad kind of rape?
Yes, it's like a good kind of rape.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that. But they weren't cute.
No, oh my god, this woman was like fucking 300 pounds. Like,
So do you live in France or do you live in Canada?
I live in France.
So met in Canada?
Yeah, she
Come an annoyance.
You know,
And
it's
it's
your
not, and we're
library
not
is
talking
open.
about like a short-term annoyance. Like this has been a persistent, like as much as you drink, we have been annoyed with your drunkenness. Stop it. Give us a break.
You've been raped. Madams, there's only one like
That's
you.
right.
I love you, man.
I'm just, you know, I come on here to mind my business, okay, and you know, to entertain myself. But I'm tired of David's drunkenness. I'm tired of it.
We should do something about that.
No, you should do something about that. Keep your dick suckers off of the
ran to fly here and I slept the entire way.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's really funny actually.
So what does she do?
She just owns property.
French properties?
Yeah.
Have you seen what is the Chateau de something that the Saudi king or Saudi prince he owns? You know what I'm talking about, Nora? Chateau de da-da-da. It's like a big, huge place in France that he owns.
I don't know.
Simon, I'm reading The Virtue of Selfishness by Ayn Rand. I love it.
Are you recording, Kitover?
No.
Yeah.
No, of course not. No.
Okay.
Why would I do that? Oh!
Simon, the whole subject of soccer came up because I was gonna ask when you run, because you said you don't run anymore.
It's because
You probably say this is bad, but like, do you think that like when you run or when you walk, twisting your waist is a good or bad thing? Do you remember this girl at UK? She like ran track and
I could do
I was like, yeah, when I run, I would try to twist my body to like focus on my waist.
I can
And she's
mimic
like,
really
you
well.
never do that. That like messes up your hips. Blah 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 blah.
What
do you think?
I mean, I would see like signs behind that. I would avoid
That motion.
like that. Yeah, that.
you need to do yoga, Princessia. I see people at I see people at the
What is
gym.
that?
I see people at the gym who are like, they can't do, the exercises that the physical fitness trainers are asking them to do. I'm like, why the fuck are they doing this? Like, they're injuring
I want to hear
themselves.
I want to hear the last thing Simon said. What did you say, Simon? My knee has nothing to do with my
He
fitness.
said
My knee has to do with
he's an objectivist, and he thinks that you need to read Ayn Rand if you want to cure your pain.
No, my knees.
Would be true for anyone. Yeah,
Hard to see.
but that's not what I said.
What did you say?
Did you throw him down there?
Yeah, he sucks.
What did you say?
Oh man, I'm like a little hesitant now.
Oh yeah,
But
no. Don't worry about it, Albert.
Wait, did you say Bryce sucks? I don't understand. Why do you think Bryce sucks?
John, you got something for us, man? Put it on.
What do you want to hear? You want me to read a book? You want music? You want?
No, I want you to sing something. I want you to put some fucking.
Excuse me?
You need to put some effort into it. You need to sing something or play a musical instrument.
Oh, I'd be happy to play a musical instrument. gonna play my space drum. This is how I know Bry down there, because Bry.
John, I'm just gonna give you the warning right now, dude. If you do, I'm taking you.
He's really good.
This is the John Kitover band. Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. That's how I know Brian.
Okay, bro, you need to get yourself a fucking drum kit.
That's a Ferris Bueller quote, right? Never had one lesson.
Yeah. This is my favorite musical instrument.
Dude, his fucking hands are already worn out. Sorry for playing the other thing. That's good though, man. Dude, you need to get yourself some sticks and a snare, dude, and fucking put it on the snare.
I do actually have a.
Then add the bass drum and the hi-hat, and you'll be good, dude. Like, you're actually kind of not bad.
Well, I really like playing the harmonica now. That's my favorite thing. It's totally underrated because you got this blues element. If I do that in front of a woman, she starts thinking about what else I can do.
Oh my God.
Nice. Yeah, okay, Mr. Flippy Nips.
Can I sit on your face tonight, John? Sure, you can sit on my face tonight. Anytime. Great.
My beard is more glorious than yours. Get out of here. So that's. Okay, so fuck it, bro. Come a week later.
Yeah, I'll come out when you're up here.
Hey, David, I'm sorry, man, but people are complaining about your alcohol usage, David, in the other room.
Stop, he's sober today.
What the fuck
Yeah.
is wrong with you, bro?
It's Dr. Adams. He's very upset with you, David. Very upset with you.
I know, just in the room with him, yes.
He says he's done with you. He's totally done with you.
I've heard.
David is a savant. I don't know what your problem is.
Oh, really? If retardation is Zen Buddhism, I mean, he's got it down pat. Like, he's got the retardation Zen,
I mean, it makes
positive
sense
vibration.
that Simon
going.
thinks that David is a savant. He also thinks like Israel is like a savior state.
Ah, it is a savior state. What do you mean?
Like, what a retarded statement. Like,
I mean, I think calling David a savant doesn't get more retarded.
200 countries on this planet. There's like 20
David, what's it like getting roasted by Princessia on a Saturday night?
I'm going to
He said he wants the non-existent Palestinian state to be destroyed.
We were still processing the fact that you think David is a savant when all he's ever done on Clubhouse is say, Simon!
Zach don't want to fuck your friends. Zach likes women.
That's
Yeah, bro. What's up?
A lot of people have that on the
No, but you can't have access to the same women that Zach has access to.
Simon
That's the funny part.
Bono Shalom.
Simon has his own money.
Is this room an homage to Robert Taylor, aka Conceptista? ¿Dónde está el conceptista? Maybe we should call him. Let's call him and see if he picks up.
We should have told him Happy Cinco de Mayo. We should have had a Cinco de Mayo room, Princess.
I don't know who he's talking about.
These closeted men. Anytime they go back into the back channels of trans women and gay men,
Kitover, if you want to be faces
I'm
here,
telling you, there are
when you
women
take your
probably
toxic
all over
people
the country
and
that identify as a woman and used to be men that I guarantee you got some receipts on CJ.
I saw your video pop up. Teenage boys love watching me fuck.
Oh God.
Hot ass one.
Oh God. They'll never end.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I was so close to like telling you, bro, I actually know this girl.
I'm assuming your friend is a Jew?
No, he's Italian.
He's what, Italian? I almost got hit by a car.
Iranian.
No, Italian.
Oh, Italian.
I don't know any Iranians, to be honest. Actually, no, that's not true. I know a lot. Like, I knew it's Iranian women in Sweden. A lot of them.
I can't believe you actually think David is a savant. Can you please define savant?
A person who's a genius like David.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Genius? Why is he genius?
He inherited his family's money and business.
No, because he has a 148 IQ and has 2 math PhDs.
Okay. Wow.
I mean, how would you describe a fucking savant?
I'm pretty sure he can't even tell you what a derivative is. Have him come back.
Pretty sure you could.
Oh God. Shit.
Wait, why is he a genius, Simon?
Because he has a 148 IQ.
I fucked up.
How do you know?
Hold on, because David said
He
something.
said it.
Guys, listen.
So like 150 IQ.
Nice
More than
guys.
me now.
Okay, well, Olivia's a savant.
Alright.
I wanted to, there's a walking and walking, and I just kept walking down the same sidewalk. Okay, fucker, listen, I said, hold on, I'm walking down the same sidewalk as him because I'm not racist, but I should have gone to the other side of the sidewalk because he reeked of marijuana, and it went in my body, and now I have like 2 hits of marijuana from the bus and from this guy.
Honestly, like, you might be going to hell.
What do you mean? He reeked of marijuana.
No, honestly, like, you should always cross the street if there's a black guy on the same side.
You know, Olivia, when I was in college, me and this black girl, she's like this light-skinned black girl, we were running down campus, and there were a bunch of like black guys walking. She's like, let's go on the other side. I would have kept going on the same path, but she crossed. I was like,
What is it called? This one. Trolling, you lying. Like, stop it. You're not even good at it. You're so dumb each mission. And
So if you knew that,
stupid officer.
and our commanders, and we went by first name, we were very close, and so they respected
That's why I
me
want to let
as a crew member.
you can't perform in here, and I'm sure you
And I couldn't see any case where somebody would get discharged for being
That's why
honest.
she was with me for so long.
Why?
But towards the end, I started saying no.
There's this other Zach account.
I started saying I'm tired.
Okay.
Started saying stuff like, "Oh, I had a long day at work today."
Yeah, because she refused to peg you.
Yeah.
Not too much on pegging.
He likes to get pegged.
Yeah.
Who does?
Hell yeah. She didn't know how to cook. She was mad my cooking was better.
She don't want to cook for you. You have nothing to offer.
So,
Why would a woman want to cook for you if you ain't got nothing to offer her?
that's a big thing for me. Women that can cook.
But you're not reciprocating. You offer the woman. Why would she cook for you?
I think
You are doing nothing for her.
I think it'd be smart for women to get with me as soon as possible.
That would be a dumb move. No, it's not. Full of disappointment.
That would definitely be a dumb move.
Horrible move.
Yeah, hell yeah, I got all
You have nothing to offer these women.
that's
You have nothing to offer these women.
Just let it go, see.
Intellectual value and not fun.
By the way,
You have no money to account for the fun.
by the way, Brown,
This is not good looks. Dick snake is short.
Wait, Zach, you have alphas and you have freaking Tivo's account? One for your computer and one on your iPhone? You're a fucking sneaky ass person. You're the most clever serial killer. We know why you. To the left.
that's why he's that coy.
turn it on, shut up.
I tell you what, bro.
Let me just, leave my nap.
You know, Zach, you gotta explain it, dude.
Hey,
Tell the dog to shut up.
Well, I'm gonna go to Target buy Mother's Day stuff. Some of us are.
Mother's Day is tomorrow.
Why would I do that?
Okay, I'm like Adam sounds right. Have fun, bitches.
No, you're gonna go down to church and calling people bitches, dumbasses in the street.
I've never done that. Yes, you did. You called. No, I did not. Yes,
Hey,
you
yo,
did.
Alpha.
No, I did not.
Yo, Alpha. What do you
Oh, my
really
God.
look like, Alpha?
Shut up, CQ.
What do you look like, Alpha? I mean,
Shut
tell
up,
me.
CQ.
They're not interested in you. She doesn't believe that you're heterosexual. You're wasting your time.
Exactly.
Just say, shut up, CQ. God damn.
You know, Alpha, you need to take Zach's account away from him. He has 2 accounts.
No, somebody has to stop that woman.
Zachary,
Don't.
Zachary, you're in big trouble. You're a sneaky person. You fucking
Please
trick.
don't.
Do you want to run into that one?
No, let's see what Zach has. Zach, what do you have to offer?
Wait. What happened?
Zakaira.
Why would I be in trouble?
You're not in trouble, Zach.
Pussy thing. I was just trying.
Oh my god, Ken, you're my favorite tranny chaser.
What the fuck's going on, bitch?
Hey,
I'm
handsome.
just playing.
Pussy, would you say you're like the fun cousin of
You
Family
missed
Gathering?
this. There is.
I mean, I usually hang out with, like, the young people and play, like, the games with them.
Oh, sounds like trouble.
You don't read books?
Yeah, he's the fun uncle.
I'm not in trouble.
No, you're not. You're great.
I forgot to mute up this account.
Yeah, the Dr. Adams said she's gonna put me down with all her black friends, all her African American friends.
Yes, I forgot to leave this account. Shut up, you, by the way.
I met this chick on here. Her name is Shakila.
Probably some 5'2" Indian man trying to scam you.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. She was like trying to get me.
We had a very strict routine. The bell would go off and we wait.
Get it fixed. Yeah, I mean, I know about it now.
So what, they shocked you?
No, that's what they do. So they have 3 steps. The first one's a vagal maneuver, and there's a few different ways you can do that. You can do like really cold water, or you can like try to breathe really, really hard.
Stargate wasn't just another alien movie.
If that don't work,
An Egyptology student sued for 100.
basically just resets your heart by stopping it for just a moment. Yeah, that's the one I got. Not very fun. I like that. And then if that doesn't
Can you
work,
talk about
then
money?
you get the paddles.
What are all these feelings which are around money? What makes it so powerful that people sacrifice their lives for it?
First you try to heal her.
This is a very significant question.
If that doesn't work, then you do the paddle.
All the
That must have been
religions
like a
have
traumatic
been
experience. Your heart almost blew up.
against
Shit.
well,
So I haven't had, well, technically 3 times, but the second one I vaguely maneuvered out, so I was like, trying
wealth
this.
can
But the first time it happened, I was like, what the fuck is going
give
on?
you
And then,
What are you doing? Like,
that purchased
okay,
life.
so both times, well, I guess all 3 times I was
And
exercising.
almost
But I think when I lay down on my right side,
everything
and I
can be
actually
purchased except
and yes, it can
those
hit
spiritual
literally
values,
just laying on my side.
love,
Supposedly, it could be causing like this electrical
compassion,
disturbance in my heart.
enlightenment,
It's not super common. I asked
freedom.
people about it. He said that it could be mechanical awareness, which just means like I'm really aware of my heart
These
right now.
few
And
things
it makes me venturing.
are
Like
exceptions.
kind of like a murmur, arrhythmias. But they got actually that was like, dude, that was like, yeah.
the hell out of you working on it? What are you calling it? Like, I don't know.
No, I'm not. I mean, my heart rate's 130 max, so it's not even like close to capped out.
That's not considered athletic, is it?
150, 160. No, 160 when I'm like really fucking hauling ass on the bike or something.
You can stop doing that.
Yeah. Well, I was like, what am I supposed to do? And he's like, well,
What's your resting heart rate?
Like 60. You mean like when I'm sleeping, or like just like laying
Yeah,
down?
no, on average, like right now.
Right now I'm probably like 70. I don't know, I have to check my watch. 70, 73, 74.
Do you run? Do you do cardio?
Yeah, I'm very athletic. I had the cardiologist put me through the tests, and at the time it was 3 years ago, so I was 35. He's like, you have the heart like a 25-year-old. And I was like, yeah, exercise. Like, I'm not came back very good. There's nothing we need to worry about. It's probably just a fluke. He said, go home. And I was like, all right. And I didn't worry about it. No.
Athletes are. You heard about that? Athletes.
No, I've never heard of that.
Intense exercise can lead to athletes having a harmless condition where the heart changes shape and large left.
Other countries are going to start running out of cooking oil. Like, you're already missing crops. You're looking at possible starvation. Like, this because of fertilizer issues. At some point, the U.S. is going to get global pressure to wrap this war up kinetically, to go in and just wipe it out. I mean, you've got British and French ships now that are coming into the different warships. And I think the Iranians are aware of that, which is why they're trying to find a way to save face, but Trump's not really giving them a good exit ramp. And they're not giving Trump a good exit ramp, which kind of only leads to one thing. But you're right, it's going to suck for the Gulf. But, when it comes to America, it's really what our interest supersedes everything, including Israel. Israel just don't know that yet.
I mean, we were talking about the internet lines earlier, you missed out. There's the internet lines that run through Strait of Hormuz as well, by the way, underwater. So Iran can go after the internet lines, can go after these warships. Okay, let's say they get bombed, okay? Let's say America bombs the electric infrastructure, electric facility, whatever. What Iran will do, Iran will bomb electric facility in the UAE. Because UAE is in bed with Israel, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We'll just keep bombing.
Yes, so
and you can keep bombing the UAE, but we're just going to keep bombing you. You can bomb Kuwait until there's nothing left to Kuwait, but we're just going to keep bombing until we can get the Strait open. I mean, like, it's going to become a zero-sum game, essentially.
What are they going to abide? According to, they have to abide by international law, do they not?
Have you really? Which war has America abided by international law?
No, I know.
Like, come on, dude. What are you? Don't talk to me like a fucking.
Ali, but hear me out. Due to the social media, back then we had a problem with social media. Due to social media, everything, they're doing a really good job. Like the Iranian side with the AI videos, right? With the Lego videos and whatnot. And nowadays, America will look really, really bad on the world stage. And plus, Trump doesn't have any more days. He's got like 71 days. We're up to 90 days. After the 90 days, he'd have to pull out.
He's not pulling out, whether Congress cares or not, because he still has Congress.
Hey, Amir, like, that's wrong, but he already ended Epic Fury already, so they're not in hostilities right now.
See what I mean, Amir? This is literally a terrorist attack on our IQ.
Well, who told you that's hostility? Who told you that?
Yeah, so when you look on Friday, so last week,
Are they still blocking it?
Start blocking it. You realize the blockade is an act of war, right?
Guys,
it's an act of war.
I'm not trying to argue with you, bro.
You are.
Just be quiet, bro. Amir, I'm talking about the technical because what he said was because Congress, as if there's like this line that he's trying to stay within with Congress. What I'm saying is that he's alleviated the pressures internally by technically, I'll just use that word there, ending Epic Fury so that Congress doesn't have a clock on him. So when Amir says Congress has a clock on him, I'm telling him no, that's wrong. There's no clock right now.
That's actually he can say whatever he wants. It doesn't mean that it's true. People in Congress have pushed back on that from both the Republican and the Democratic side. No, the clock isn't over. You can't be sieging and bombing.
Buddy.
Like, I get it. You're a mouthpiece for like the MAGA movement.
Buddy. I'm only talking about the legal matters, okay?
Yeah, okay. Show me a legal opinion on
I'm gonna point it right now, okay?
No, not a fucking opinion, like an actual legal
opinion. Can you just wait so Amir can? I don't want people to say certain things and then you look dumb when more like informed people come around. So there was a reason why. Just hold on. There was a reason why Donald Trump in the White House had to submit a letter to end Epic Fury. Like technically, in the legal
I'm done. Now we're going to move into a humanitarian posture, where the clock no longer is like placing any pressure on them, okay? So, this is the reason why they stay defensive, right? He needs a justification to flash back. That's why he can't start something. That's why if you see every single one of these like little skirmishes, they just dance their little ships in front, and then they wait until somebody shoots at them, and then they're justified in shooting at them. If they were in this operational thing where we're in war, what he was on the first 60 days, then he can start, right? Like he could just start popping off. But right now he can't, okay? There you go.
Why can't he?
Because the 60-day clock is up.
So he can't just set a new 60-day clock now?
No.
Really? Because that's what they're saying. Is that if we restart war, Pete Hegseth literally came. If you're going to use the administration's argument, their little argument from the Secretary of War was that that clock is out, it's done, and it's over. And if we start again, it's a new 60-day clock.
Yeah.
So which one is it? So is that the one you're going to follow? And by the way, can you point to the legal scholars who say that it's actually accurate?
Legal scholars. All right, look, man.
Because you're using the administration like, oh my gosh, there's laws in this country I have to read.
Do you remember when they got caught flat-footed when they said, oh, we were like in imminent danger? That justified epic fury. And everybody was like, no, you fucking weren't. And then they did like the whole like verbal gymnastics. Well, you know, Israel was going to hit them, and then they were going to respond, and then they were going to hit us, and then we had to like respond. So the reason why they had to go through the mental gymnastics there is because there has to be imminent danger present to justify a military operation. Like Barack Obama, like Bill Clinton, and like everybody else.
If you rap Sam Altman, I will give you $10.
The executive branch moving unilaterally into a military option, it has to be in a reactionary context of imminent danger. Okay? It's not existent right now. Now they could have did something.
Just the first time. So why do you think they won't do it a second time? That's why it doesn't make any. Like your argument doesn't actually follow reality.
All right, look, man. Amir made a statement. He says, look, he has to hurry up and do something because there's this clock. I'm saying no, the clock doesn't exist because he's already satisfied the requirement within the 60-day margin by providing the letter to Congress last Friday. Okay? These are facts. Okay? I'm not making it up. There's a reason why they had to take the step of providing the letter to Congress by saying epic fury is over. There's a reason why Marco Rubio had to go out there and say, hey, we've reached all of our military objectives, epic fury is over. That's why they're doing that. I'm just telling Amir there's no clock right now. Okay?
Okay. Irregardless of that clock, because I don't think it's a real clock anyways. It's a made-up clock. It's fake. Republicans control Congress. They're not going to defy Trump, especially after what he did in Indiana. There's actually a real clock. Or just for the gas price in America, the average gas price. You got to get something going here. The Strait has to open. The spot price in the Middle East is absurd. I think last time I checked a few days ago, it was like $150 a barrel. So it's only getting worse. Like this needs to start moving. Otherwise, we're going to see consistent plus 100 crude, plus 100 Brent, and it's going to start causing a global recession. I mean, you saw Spirit Airlines go bankrupt. You're seeing JetBlue looking like they're teetering on bankruptcy, and that's just the start, right? Then you start looking at trucking companies who have to pay right now $7 diesel. It's not sustainable.
Yeah, so like the problem here is like we're still like a dollar, like 50, 75% away from where we just were 4 years ago. Like America doesn't like, we're not feeling this pressure. Now the media wants to make everybody feel like we're feeling this pressure, but bro, we've been here like for the last 2 years.
Yeah, what were the interest rates 4 years ago?
Yeah, they were.
What were the interest rates 4 years ago?
Yeah, they were hella high, actually. Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead, look it up.
Yeah, they were at 6 or 7, 6%, bro. What do you mean? There was no drawback in the Joe Biden administration because the launch pad or the safety valve that they had was COVID-19.
I put a link in the chat from the experts. They're saying that the Trump administration is failure to limit its military campaign has tested approval. The interpretation is inconsistent with the War Powers Resolution. So,
the war powers
know that some of this will help Democrats when they do take office. This will help them impeach Donald Trump. So it's gonna go down that he has to step up and because to save face he's gonna have to do all of these things. Otherwise, this can go sideways.
Well, let me just point this out about the war.
Do you know Democrats? They keep on sending it, and they keep on shutting them down. They're shutting down the Democrats. Yeah, hold on. It's illegal, by the way, according to the war powers.
Oh my gosh, bro.
We'll look into it.
Brother, I know about it. Why do you think every president from Barack Obama all the way back looks at that piece of legislation as a violation of the U.S. Constitution in the second article of the presidential power, bro? Like, this stuff is like base, bro. Like, we already know the argument to like what the war powers are and where the contention is. No president has ever recognized that, bro. None. But I mean, anyways, like, just to like turn the temperature now, just to be like totally good faith, right? There are certain things that are within the provisions of the Great Eight that they do have to adhere to, or they would be like reined in for Congress approval, like declaration of war. So the statutes there is that is with Congress. That's like constitutionally with Congress, right? So they create these lines where, or these deadlines that have to be met, where this designation has to come to vote, and then Congress has to weigh on it. So Trump stopped it early. He was like, I don't even want to get to that conversation because sometimes you don't want to ask a question that you don't know the answer to. So if somebody sues on the interpretation of what the Worst Power Act is against Trump, he can lose. It can go all the way to the Supreme Court, and then he can lose. And then from this point forward, it hamstrings every president. It significantly lessens the ability of the commander-in-chief if the Supreme Court says this is what this means. So that's why people don't ask the question, right? Because you're scared of the answer. Like the whole presidential immunity thing. Everybody knew that was common practice, bro. Everybody knew it. But nobody wanted to ask the question because they didn't want a composition that wasn't favorable to their position to weigh on it. Just imagine if it was like 6 Democrats that were the justices, and somebody were to ask, hey, is Roe v. Wade constitutional? And they were like, yup. Bro, we would have like nationwide abortion right now. Hey man, I don't know why you guys get so upset about being educated on certain things. I'm providing like a net positive of information that's not biased, nor is it like partisan by any means. It's just an objective like sense of how our government structures interact with other government structures. What do you think about the oil spill, Amir? Did you see the Reuters, the images? You know, Vladimir Putin said that he sees the end of the Ukrainian conflict coming up here soon. They're on a 3-day ceasefire right now.
How many days? 30 days?
Oh no, 3 days, brother. Just 3.
Not 3. Yeah. So, what is the new deal? 40-point deal. Do you have any idea about it?
Yeah, I just read the Al Jazeera article earlier today. And they're just waiting for Iran to respond. But yeah, man, maybe you should tell me about it so we don't hear crickets and everything.
I don't know.
Well, let's just wait for Amir to give us some wonderful, like, information.
Right. sense, Alan? News.
I mean, what happened yesterday? War. Anybody tell me something about it?
Maybe some more Amir knows better than me. I'm just reading some article right now.
There's some more I look into it, I'll get back to you on that. I think I'll switch over to listen to maybe Twitter Space for a little bit because I have to do something. If anybody wants to talk, you guys welcome to speak. But right now I'm doing something, so I'm kind of busy doing something. So I'll get Twitter Space live. It's going to be running right now about the so-called war.
What's happening? Where is Trump speaking?
Trump was not speaking. There's actually a live space running. Or if it isn't, then we would listen to the previous one. Because the Iran thing, so we can get different perspective. We were listening to Noah yesterday. I don't know if you guys heard it. That was interesting.
I don't find that station so exactly very interesting. Why do people listen to him at this point?
Because it's entertaining.
It is entertaining. He was trying to
like sailing in a bathtub. They don't like being in there. And it's not like Iran hasn't tried to disrupt commercial trafficking, particularly in oil, in the Gulf and through the Strait before they did it in 1987 and 88. Reagan reflagged Kuwaiti tankers as American tankers, and we escorted them through. So this was obvious from the get-go, as was the possibility that Iran would attack the Gulf Arab states, which it did. And Trump knew that. He may say nobody expected that, but I will tell you in the first term, when I was arguing that our policy should be regime change, those who objected to it raised all of these potential contingencies. So the fact that this is a problem now is more due to Trump either not paying attention to what his advisors were telling him, or thinking he could somehow fake his way through it without taking this into account. That's one of the problems with the way Trump has gone about this whole operation.
Okay, so you don't want to do a deal with the regime. I mean, do you think a ground invasion is the only way that you can get to where you want to get to? And if not, I'm still okay. So let's roll that off the table as well. I'm still struggling to see how you get what you want as an end game.
Well, if you look at the situation inside Iran, I think the regime is, before the attacks, was at its weakest point since it took power in 1979. The population is overwhelmingly opposed to the regime. Young people who make up 70% of the population are under 30, massively dissatisfied with the regime. When the internet's on, when they look across the Gulf, they know they can have a different life. Ever since the murder of the young Kurdish woman, Mehdi, over 3 years ago, almost 50% of the population, i.e. the women, are dissatisfied. They've told the Ayatollahs, you do not speak the word of God when it comes to our dress code. It's not just about the dress code, it's a fundamental attack on the legitimacy of the Ayatollah system. The ethnic groups are dissatisfied, the Kurds, the Baluchis, the Armenians, the Azeris. And inside Iran, the economy was a wreck, even before the attack began. That's why people were demonstrating in December.
But none of these people have been demonstrating since the war started. So again, I mean, I know the
That's for sure.
Yeah, but I know the Israelis
They murdered over 40,000 of them.
Right, and I just had that debate with a guy in Toronto. But the Israelis, according to the New York Times, sold Trump on a series of events that would be triggered by killing the supreme leader and a lot of the top members of the regime, that the IRGC would collapse from within, and that the people would rise up, and you would get a natural revolution, and that the Strait of Hormuz would be a distraction that no one would be interested in worrying about. Well, the top bit happened, but all that happened was the supreme leader got replaced by his son. The others all moved up a notch. The IRGC appears to still have an iron grip on the country. There have been no uprisings whatsoever since this war started for a number of reasons, but none of the people that you're talking about have risen up in this war at all. And the Strait of Hormuz has become this enormously effective weapon for the Iranian regime in causing massive damage, both economically and politically. So again, I mean, I'm just asking, if you were in charge right now to get to finish the job, as you put it, what do you actually do?
Well, it would take me about 2 hours to go through and explain what's wrong. Well, let's start with the idea that somehow Bibi Netanyahu conned Trump into this operation. You know, in the first term, Netanyahu was in favor of regime change too, and he said to Trump, I'm sure, the same things he said in the second term. So the idea that the U.S. government is an unwitting tool of the Israelis isn't true. I don't know what convinced Trump to do this. I was as amazed as anybody else, but it wasn't because of Bibi Netanyahu, and there must have been some other factor. And indeed, Trump didn't do a lot of necessary preliminary work before the attacks began. It's not a question of the people going out into the streets willy-nilly so they can be machine gunned by the besieged militia again. It's a question of preparation. The widespread opposition needs resources, it needs telecommunications capabilities, it needs money, it needs weapons, all of which we could have been supplying, but do not.
Okay, but I'm going to wrap this up, but we are where we are. And again, if you were the President of the United States right now and you say we've got to finish the job, what do you do? And Israel falls any of